G'day world, welcome to my stream. It is a Friday, the 7th of March. It's 7 p.m. here in sunny Victoria and 8 a.m. GMT for those people joining us from elsewhere. It was 32 degrees just a few minutes ago, so it's been pretty hot here. I'm Sarsaparilla Jane, and we have a lot of news because I did not stream last week. I didn't stream last week because things just got too stressful, not just with the news, but just my week, and just wasn't feeling it. So I decided it was best to take a little break. But of course, there's so much that happens, like we've got the whole overwhelm politics strategy that's going on, and so just so much happens, and so that was kind of part of it as well. I've done some pretty interesting things though along the way to try and lift my spirits. I've definitely been out there going swimming, trying to do that as regularly as possible, and sitting in the sauna and stuff while I read my Guardian magazine. Oh my God, I've got a story about that later. Later when I'm gaming, I'll talk a bit more about my personal life over the week. But for now, so it's nice and sunny here, and it has not stopped being sunny, which is lovely. That's all lovely, but sometimes you need a little rain, but maybe not as much as they're getting in Queensland right now. So we have a lot to talk about. We've got a bit of the weather. We've got some stuff on Trump because he's just like everything. Everything revolves around Trump. We're going to look at Australian politics as our election is upcoming, and we, see if we can get some reaction there, considering Trump's been cozying up to Putin. It seems like, I don't know, that's what it looks like. That's how he's acting. What else we got? And there's a little bit of entertainment and science as well to end the news. So, look, the news is probably going to take a while this week. And so whether I do much gaming at the end, I don't know. So I'll definitely do my Fortnite Save the World, but whether I'm going to play any ranked, it's all going to depend on how long it takes to get through this. And I really would like to do, really focus on a lot of it, because we didn't do anything last week. And, like I said, a lot's been happening. We've got elections coming up in Australia, so that's going to be important for people to be aware of what's going on in the world and in Australia before we vote. Anyway, first we're going to look at this weather event. So I don't know where I should go here. And there we go. So this is the radar. I mean, I can get a bit closer. It's sort of, I think it's the Southport. I know I've clicked on Brisbane or something. And so, like, it's just hanging out there. They were expecting this thing, I think, to hit last night or early this morning. And it hasn't. And it's just kind of hanging there. And so they're just so rather than hitting and then its speed reducing and everything, settling down, getting it over and done with kind of thing, it's just hanging there off the coast, and they're just being pummeled by wind and rain. So that's the latest radar around Brisbane, but I thought this was an interesting site. Now, I don't know, it's probably much use to linking it. But it's quite interesting. It tracks the cyclone. This is a live thread, I guess. Still threatening to make landfall. This is sort of where we are. But what's quite interesting, I find, about it is that it's got this live updater about like the wind speeds in different areas, and also the rain a little bit, so you can see sort of where is being impacted the most. So it was like, so 12 hours ago was probably when they expected it to hit. I see it shows us the peak for each area there. So So you can sort of go down and go, where is it hitting right now? 30. Here we go. Coolangatta's been copying it, I noticed. And of course, the wind and rain loves Lismore. So we've got Byron. Lismore's not too bad here, but was getting it before, but there's a lot of rain, I know. So we all know sort of, I think it was like a year or two ago, and look, Lismore's always flooding, and I think I've talked about it before, and how, you know, apparently there's been like 10 houses or something purchased in the buyback from the last lot of floods, and all of that process is really slow, and so homeless people and stuff and have moved into them, and now of course everybody's had to flee from those properties again, but it's not a flee situation. Apparently it's been well and truly evacuated. Everyone's heeded the warnings, or at least the majority are heeding the warnings. Apparently Lismore's quite abandoned. Apparently Brisbane's quite abandoned. You know, wow, look, it was going all hell on Byron earlier, 12 hours ago. Wow. So yeah, and then you can sort of come down and you can see the rain, and so Cape Morton, I don't know where that is, in Queensland. Here we go. Gold Coast Seaway, 107. Coolangatta's copying it with 197 millimeters. And of course, north coast of New South Wales. So that's where I was saying I was seeing those large figures for Lismore, and down to Grafton, all the way down. Wow, Grafton's fairway, you know, like it's a couple hours from Lismore. So quite widespread, all the way up to Coolangatta. You've got this quite a bit of rain, which going back to here, I can sort of indicate that Grafton's sort of down, here's Grafton down here, and you've got Lismore's in here. Sorry, Lismore is in here, just inland from Byron there. And this is Coolangatta, which is just below, like you've got Brisbane up here. This is sort of, it's attached to the Gold Coast, yeah? So it's part of the Gold Coast there. It's right on the border, actually, of New South Wales and Victoria. And so all that's really copying a lot of rain. But people are apparently quite well prepared, which is good. We're just going to have a look at one video on it. Oh, I don't know that there's much else in that. So people can go check out. I've linked to that one in the thread so that people can, it's a live thread updating all the time. So, you know, just out of interest sake, people might want to go check that one out. And we're just going to play one video here, which is the before and after of beaches that are in the path of tropical cyclone Alfred approach. So this is 2 hours ago that they posted this. So we've still got it on approach pretty much. Have we got no audio again? I'm having audio issues again. Maybe there was no audio for this one. Guardian likes to post a lot of raw footage. I see the 3rd of March, 6th of March. I don't know, they're comparable. It's just a ugly day. I'm sure the wind's blowing. I saw some footage earlier on Kangaroo Court of Australia. He's posted some stuff from Coolangatta from a couple of hours ago. People can go check that out. I'm sure there'll be plenty of stuff that gets uploaded. All right, this is down on the border, yeah. Sort of just a little south of Coolangatta. The whiteout in camera. People still going to the beach like yesterday. You'd be crazy if you were down there now. And look, we've talked about it before. Talked about it last stream. You know, if it's flooded, forget it. Don't drive through flood water. Stupid thing to do. All right, we're going to sort of skip around a bit. So we're not going to keep going on Australian news just yet. I just thought we'd have a look at the cyclone there. But we're going to move on to some of the things that happened with Trump, okay? So I'm not going to play
our correspondent David Levin.
I'm not going to play the meeting. I'm sure everyone has seen the meeting with Zelensky. We're probably going to get a few of those like snippets from it, watching these videos. So I'm sure everyone's seen it. You know, the gaslighting and the rest. And what we're going to do is look at how the world reacted to it. I had a really good video to play. Yeah, so we'll have a look. We'll have a look at this first. So Trump kicked Zelensky out of the White House after they had their Oval Office bust up. And then there was a few words that were said after it as well. Let's just have a quick look anyway, just so that we can sort of have an introduction to our, you know, in case there's watchers that haven't seen what happened, though I think they would be few and far between.
Joins us now from Washington. David, completely extraordinary, these scenes, and now no press conference, no statement, no deal.
There was supposed to be his press conference after where he signs, where Zelensky was going to sign the deal that where he plans to take $500 billion worth of rare earth minerals from Ukraine, but he kept calling them raw earth, you know. So yeah, so that deal did not get signed, and apparently it was like for $500 billion worth of raw now I'm saying it, rare earth minerals, but there's apparently only like 15 billion worth, like estimated on the entire planet or something. I don't know how they come up with those sort of figures. Anyway,
being signed, and in that Truth Social post, it was almost as if the president was scolding a naughty child, saying you can come back down from your room when you learn to behave.
Jonathan, a moment without precedent in living memory in the United States, where a meeting of two heads of states comes to an end in such a disastrous fashion. And in the last few minutes, we're also hearing from Fox News in the United States that a White House official has told them, and I quote, Trump kicked out Zelensky. He did not walk off on his own. The rare minerals deal was not signed. The White House says the Ukrainians were, and again I quote, begging to reset, but Rubio and Waltz, that's Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, informed them Zelensky needs to leave the White House grounds and return when he's ready for peace. The president and US officials felt...
Imagine that probably kind of happened, but probably not the way they're saying. But he was probably like, you know, trying to get them to be reasonable and see, you know, get them to see reason, and they were just like, nah, you have to leave. And look, there's people that have proposed, I'll say, that it was perhaps deliberate. So you know, that he kind of wanted to, he'd been calling, I think we talked about this in the last stream 2 weeks ago, he'd been calling Zelensky a dictator. He suggested that you know, that it was Zelensky that started the war, that Ukraine had started the war, things like that. And then, you know, he'd backtrack on it, and then he just went right into it during this. And there's suggestions from people that this was kind of deliberate to sort of bully him on the world stage, because this was like live streamed, and this is sort of discussion that should be happening behind closed doors. And so there's sort of like a suggestion that he was kind of trying to bully him because it was streamed live.
disrespected by Zelensky's rhetoric and demeanour, and they cited that he was shrugging and rolling his eyes throughout the conversation. At the end of that extraordinary back and forth in the Oval Office, President Trump
resisting rolling his eyes. You could see him sort of go to do it, and then he'd like stop.
Told reporters that this would make great television. Well, it did that, but it certainly has not made diplomacy. It has set back efforts to bring about peace.
This was textbook the way that an abusive partner acts, like that textbook narcissism.
In Ukraine by some distance. What was played out for the world to see was just remarkable. It really began when President Trump suggested that he was not aligned with Russia or Ukraine, but was somewhere in the middle. If that statement from a president of the United States doesn't tell you that the geopolitical...
Remember, the world's finally coming back to the centre.
Plates have shifted, nothing ever will. And then, of course, President Zelensky wanted to know what diplomacy meant because he says Vladimir Putin doesn't honour ceasefires. That's what prompted the Vice President J.D. Vance to intervene and accuse him of being...
And that's the thing. He doesn't honour ceasefires. I think that Zelensky said that he'd broken it, like, I don't know how many times Putin had broken ceasefires, but there have been several agreements since Ukraine split off from Russia, several agreements in which this is what Zelensky said, he had broken his own signature like 23 times or something. I don't know about 23 times, but he had broken his own signature many times. Like he invaded with Crimea, and of course he invaded in this more recent war. So he had signed these agreements, but still broke them. And all Zelensky wanted was assurance that if he signs this deal where he's giving away all these resources from his country, which he's willing to do to save his country, he just wants assurances that he's not going to, that Ukraine won't get invaded. And Trump's like, it's all right. Putin does what I say. He might have crossed Obama, he might have crossed Biden, but he won't cross me. And it's like, yeah, but bro, you're only going to be in power for 4 years, or, if he stays longer, whatever. But eventually, one day, Trump won't be in power, and will Putin continue to respect that ceasefire agreement then? So, Zelensky's looking to a future a lot longer than just the time that Trump is in power. And he's not going to give over all these resources if there is no assurance that Russia won't just invade again.
Disrespectful. And it ultimately came to the point where President Trump then said that he was gambling with World War III. Don't tell us what we're going to feel in future. You're in no position to do that. Make a deal or get out. Well, they didn't make the deal, and he has got out. And right now, I think it is a defining moment for Ukraine, for Europe, for America, and arguably for the world.
Yeah, it was. And so this, of course, has shocked allies. I mean, I've been going on about this for weeks. I don't know about whether in my streams or not I've been quite as vocal. Maybe, I don't know. I don't remember. We all know my memory's shit. So, but certainly on my Blue Sky, I have been over and over and over again, we have to leave AUKUS. This guy is unpredictable. I used to describe my partner this way, predictably unpredictable. So you didn't know what they were going to do, but it was predictable that they would do something chaotic, right? So, predictably unpredictable. He doesn't care about friend or foe. He doesn't, Trump, he doesn't seem to understand history and why allies are allies. He doesn't remember that, you know, half Europe, Australia, things like that, Britain and Canada, that we came and assisted after 9/11 because we're allies. We didn't ask for a payment. We just came and did that, and he doesn't seem to care or know. I don't think he cares. But also when it comes to things like old allies from like World War II, I don't think he knows. I don't think he's really sat there long enough to get the history lesson as to why it happened that way, why it ended up the way it did, and why Europe are allies with America, you know. I think he more probably sets his brain back in like 1776 or something and still thinks he's like fighting Britain so that he can be the king. All right, so we had, obviously that was quite a shock reaction for everybody. Let's just see how Ukrainians and Ukrainian soldiers reacted to this. So we've been living on and off in Third World War since 2014, and from 2022 we live in it permanently. That's interesting, actually. Okay, so yeah, on and off in Third World War. So a lot of people like Trump was like to Zelensky, you're playing with World War III, because he wouldn't sign a peace agreement. That it was all on Zelensky, it was all on Ukraine to give in to peace, you know, and Zelensky's like, sure, as long as I get an agreement that I'm not going to get invaded, that my peace isn't going to get invaded, right? And he's like, you're playing with World War III. So this fella says, we have been living on and off in the Third World since 2014, and from 2022 we live in it permanently.
Ми, як українці, живемо, якщо з 14 року так ще, в легкій формі, то з 22 року ми живемо в ній постійно. Нас вбивають.
We are being killed. What Zelensky said, that Putin cannot be trusted. This is mildly speaking. We think and we know that not only he cannot be trusted, Russia must be dismantled as imperium. Trump finally understood that Zelensky is a president that will not just give up. He is not as simple as that. So they seem to like he stood up for their country. Neither Trump nor Putin can be trusted, but our president can, no question about that. I think it could have been approached in a more diplomatic way. But from the individual point of view of Zelensky, wait a minute, sorry, I got a little distracted by noticing that all their names come up. But from the individual point of view, I can understand Zelensky, well, I would hope so, because the tone of the dialogue with Trump and Vance, everything indicated it would end like this. So it was kind of, the meeting was going along kind of okay until sort of that right at the end where it like blew up, and it was there's probably like 10-minute videos out there of that whole part where the argument sort of starts. Yes, it could have been more diplomatic, but we have what we have, and we will work closer with Europe. And that's what I think that all the West should do. Still, I hope we have good relations with the United States. I mean, everyone wants the United States to just chill out and be our friends like they always were, you know. This is what's most hurtful, that the agreement has not been signed. To lose such a valued ally like the US is really stupid, however bad the relations are. Why did it go big? Had the agreement been signed, I believe the words would remain just words. I don't think that Trump would have ever allowed that to just pass, and just go, oh, let's just sign the agreement. No, that would never have happened. And so was that sort of, I don't know, apparently Trump does want the stuff, like the stuff that they don't have those minerals in the US, and so he's actually quite desperate for them. Apparently. The agreement and participation of the US in the mineral deal would stabilise the relations. I don't know. I just feel like he'll run, he'll take it all, and then he'll come up with another excuse when Putin invades again.
более стабилизировали бы эти отношения. Это очень страшно.
Now that is very scary. Now it is very scary. So, we have Ukrainian soldiers react. Undisclosed location in Ukraine.
З їхньої точки зору, може, це і правильно.
From America's point of view, maybe it's right. Yeah, I'll keep the sound down again so I can talk over the top.
От. Так що,
But we definitely know
але
that the
ми
United
точно знаємо,
States
що
has been a
Сполучені Штати,
guarantor
якби виступали гарантом, і коли вони
of
зараз
security,
дають
and now
задню,
that they are
і що таке, це,
backing down,
не
it's not
зовсім зрозуміло
entirely
людям,
clear to
як
people how that can happen. I don't have much to
може
say.
бути. Тому, ну, мало що можна сказати по
Don't have
цьому.
much to say about this. One thing I know for sure is that without
От, одне я знаю
support,
точно, що без підтримки, ну, буде важко.
it will be hard.
то, що
Not
важко,
just hard, but
а
very
зовсім важко.
hard.
Я вважаю, що
I
потрібно
believe they need to
йти
make compromises
на
on both sides.
компроміси
Because,
з
well, you're giving up all your rare earth minerals, bro. That's a pretty big compromise.
Двох
That,
сторін.
yeah, on both
Тому що це
sides, because
важливо
this
так
is
само
just
і
as
для них,
important
як і
for
для
them as it is for us. So,
нас.
if this
Тому що якщо не
aggression
зупинити цю агресію,
in Ukraine isn't
Україні,
stopped, the aggressor will
агресор
already move
піде вже до кордонів
towards
Європи. І там уже, я
borders of
думаю,
Europe.
що
And there, I think,
Європа буде жаліти, що вони нам не допомагали,
Europe will
тому що
regret
потрібно
not
було зупинити
helping
тут,
us.
коли була можливість.
And I don't think there's much chance that that will happen. I'm just going to take it out of cinema mode and expand it like this. I have... So... What have I got here? We have had some different responses. So, Zelensky went over to the UK, and the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer gave him a big hug. They gave him assurances, you know, this is how you treat a hero, the leader of the free world, he was being called. It was all quite interesting. Oh my, I have to make it small anyway. All right, this Norwegian fuel company announced that it would cease supplying the US military forces, and apparently they did turn away some US military ocean-bearing vessels. I don't know if it was a submarine or some ships or whatever, but this is the main fuel supplier in Norway, so they have refused. That's sort of one reaction that we've had. Australian leaders have also voiced support.
Show bipartisanship and support from our leaders today, with Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton both praising Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Global uncertainty.
So it's good to see Albo and I guess Dutton's gonna, like, I don't know. I guess, look, it was just good to see both of them sort of step out of the shadow of the US demands and kind of step out a little bit on their own with a bit of bravery here and go, no, we're going to continue to support Ukraine.
He was front of mind for both of our leaders, with the ability to juggle multiple issues at home and abroad looming as key to any election victory.
From Chinese warships off the coast to the Ukraine war creating a new resolve in Europe. Conflict in Gaza and Donald Trump back in the White House. Australians have never been to the pole.
We'll talk about those ships a little bit more later. Not much more, but yeah.
At a time like this, and the geopolitical situation is permeating politics locally.
People would also be aware of the government's strong statements that we have made in support of Ukraine.
President Zelensky is a
modern... And we already kind of have, for many, many years, we've been really pissed off about a plane that they shot down. I can't remember. I can't remember exactly where it was shot down. I think it was during all of this the Crimea thing. And they shot down a plane, Russia shot down this plane and it had a heap of Australian scientists on it. So we're kind of dirty from that because they also denied it. And I believe that's when Abbott threatened to like shirt front, which is like, you know, like he was going to shirt front Putin. But instead he gave him a koala to hold and they cuddled koalas instead. But regardless, like we're still not happy. We're not happy about that incident. And so we're kind of very anti-Rush for that. And look, you know, the way I stand on it, I always, you know, I'm very cautious about propaganda about the other side. But I looked at the Ukraine-Russia situation. I think I've talked about this before. And what I saw, it was quite stark. One country invaded another sovereign country. So, like, that is just not on. And so, you know, you've got to respect the sovereignty of other countries. Kind of why I have a bit of an anti-war stance, just in general, is because, you know, respect the sovereignty of other countries. And he did not. So... yeah.
Day hero. He's a war hero and he deserves support.
It's a rare show of bipartisanship after a White House clash that can't be ignored.
I was disappointed by the scenes out of the White House.
As opposition leader Peter Dutton has been more open in his criticism of President Trump, but backed the US-Australian alliance. Australia has already been grappling with managing its relationship with the Trump administration over tariffs. Now the two countries are at odds over Ukraine.
We need a more sophisticated foreign policy. It can't just be a one-trick pony of the US alliance.
The United States is important for Australia's security in the Pacific. A reminder of just how exposed Australia is has come from the Chinese warships off the east coast in international waters.
We'll continue to respond in an appropriate way and we'll continue to monitor there.
Our Prime Minister's scared at the moment. He doesn't know what to do.
Cost of living is the number one issue for voters and is what will shape the campaign whenever the election is called. But not since the 2001 election have world events creating such uncertainty loomed so large before people head to the polls.
Dutton suggesting what? What does he want? Like, it's not like it's completely unprecedented that there's ships at the side. This is an aggression that, like AUKUS, the AUKUS agreement is an aggression that the Liberal Party invested into, that was their shenanigans, right? Malcolm Turnbull had made a deal originally with France to give us some subs that were going to do the job, and we'd probably already have some if we had stuck with that deal, but Morrison cancelled it and fucked France over quite a bit and then signed this AUKUS thing. And so, you know, and now will we even get to see any subs? I don't know. And we've got a bit more on AUKUS in a minute. I guess we're sort of getting into there.
All Australian political parties have been coasting on defence and security, and maybe the positive to take from that crazy Oval Office meeting is it's just not going to work anymore.
The opposition has already...
Right, so allies are starting to get nervous, certainly in Europe and Canada. They've like shored up and gone, hey, we're under attack from our own allies. So whereas Australian governments seem to be sort of putting it off and biding their time, I don't know what they thought they were doing. And now I think that they're starting to get nervous enough that they want to sort of back out of things, perhaps. I'm really liking discussion around security independence that we're seeing. Let's just move on with this because I don't know where I've got it.
Announced a $3 billion boost to defence with fighter jets, but provided no detail of how it'll pay or manage them.
They've come up with some fighter jet plan. We need to really pull back from all of it. Look at drones, look at jets, look at ships, things like that. Pull back from all of it and sort of do a reset, I think. Think about what do we need
Now by our political editor Ashley Raper. Ash, so is the visit to the Governor-General by our Prime Minister now imminent?
That's the big question, Sandra. Did Cabinet come back to Canberra for the last time before the election is called? The Prime Minister let the cameras in for his opening remarks this morning for some government messaging. Not only did he reiterate support for Ukraine and address the Chinese warships, but he also talked about Labor's health agenda after 2 consecutive Sundays of Medicare announcements. We know that those involved in politics are prepared for the election to be called imminently, next weekend or a day or so after. But there are some variables this week. The government is concerned and focused on what's happening with Tropical Cyclone Alfred, and there's also the West Australian election this weekend.
Yeah, so there's a bit of, like, there was a lot of rumours going around that Anthony was going to make a journey to the Attorney General to the Governor General this weekend and call that election for April the 12th. Whether that's actually going to happen or not, or whether the date might get put back a bit further. The fact that Alfred didn't, Cyclone Alfred, like, hung off the coast sort of has created a bit more of a situation, and they want to, like, hold off a bit longer because there might be some people that are going to be disadvantaged from that. So whether or not calling that election at that stage is a good idea. I guess we'll look more at that in a minute, because I've got some more on AUKUS and a bit more on the election. We're just still looking at sort of Ukraine. That's making people nervous. We're talking about things, you know, we're seeing things where they're talking about security independence for Australia. I'm wanting them to, you know, shore up ties with European allies. You know, we have saner allies that we can work with. And now there's been some stuff. We've got EU have made a big commitment.
Well, President Volodymyr Zelensky will travel to Saudi Arabia next week for talks between Ukrainian and US officials aimed at ending the war. It comes as European leaders met for what's been dubbed their watershed moment, committing hundreds of billions to strengthening their defences as the continent's tug of war with the US and Russia intensifies.
So I believe that they've, like, what do you call it, like, promised or whatever, put aside. They're looking to invest 800 billion. I think that's Australian. That's an Australian figure. So 800 billion in defence, just in general, but also to support Ukraine. And I'm sort of hoping that we back out from AUKUS and perhaps put 200 billion into this alliance, shoring up this alliance.
Correspondent Lisette Raymer reports.
And that would make a full $1 trillion towards this. You know, even if they're sort of talking about potentially like an iron dome or iron border or something with Russia. I don't know. 200 million over to Europe, as long as there's, you know, some return in, like, military benefit for us as well. So AUKUS, of course, puts us with the US and their submarine thing. We're paying them money to sort of, we got like 3 billion or something is the initial payment to shore up their shipbuilding. And we're doing similar over in the UK. But the UK is looking at really diving into this Ukrainian thing. And so, you know, they're kind of a little bit distracted to be going into AUKUS. So how much we're going to be able to get out of that relationship, I don't know either. So I sort of feel like if we were to at least shore up ties with the Europe and work with them in that sense, that will give us the mutual allies that we're looking for, that may help us. I don't think that we'd get invaded if it weren't for us being aggressive with the US.
As if operating in a parallel universe, President Zelensky stepped out of the extraordinary hostility of Washington and into the warm embrace of the European Union, welcomed with handshakes and hugs and reassurances that Europe will stand with Ukraine.
During all this period and last week, you stay with us, and of course from all the Ukrainians, from all our nations, big appreciation. We are very thankful that we are not alone, and these are not just words, we feel it.
And I hope that they're convincing him to just ditch this deal, because it's really not a great deal for Zelensky, especially under Trump, because Trump doesn't even understand, like, what the deal is supposed to do. It's supposed to give an assurance to Ukraine that they won't be invaded, and Trump's yelling at Zelensky simply for explaining that the deal is worth nothing without that, and that Putin has invaded many times, broken his signature many times, so why would this be any different?
Before arriving at the Brussels summit, Zelensky's hometown was hit. 4 people killed by a Russian ballistic missile, the sort that would likely have been intercepted if the United States hadn't just cut all intelligence sharing with the Ukrainians. And the abandonment doesn't stop there. Of the millions of families forced to flee Ukraine when the war began, those who ended up settling in the land of the free may soon find themselves homeless once again, with Trump now considering revoking their legal status as refugees and kicking them out of the United States.
We're not looking to hurt anybody, and we're certainly not looking to hurt them. And I'm looking at that, and there were some people that think that's appropriate and some people don't, and I'll be making a decision pretty soon.
But there does appear to be some thawing to their frosty relationship, with a meeting in Saudi Arabia between US and Ukrainian officials in the calendar for next week.
I think it'll be a good meeting. I really do believe that. Hopefully that'll be a good signal to the Russians, because they have been proactive too in wanting to get something done here.
Although Russia's foreign minister has already ruled out a European peacekeeping force operating in Ukraine as part of any deal. Such a deployment would mean a direct, official, undisguised involvement of NATO countries in a war against the Russian Federation, he said.
And Australia has, we're considering as well sending some troops over to assist with this peacekeeping force, and I'm not so sure that that is a great move. I do think that it will be seen as a sort of hostile move.
This cannot be allowed.
Certainly
there is hope, however, that after US military aid was pulled from Ukraine, a positive meeting next week could at least see that aid restored.
It is a pause. Exactly what he said from the beginning. Pause pending a true commitment to a path to peace.
The Trump whiplash is widespread.
Trump just goes backward and forward. This is interesting because it's covering pretty much all the stories that I want to cover, but we can look at them all a little bit more. So he was sort of did this big show in the White House with Zelensky. That all falls apart, and then he's like, he's got to apologize to me or I'll never sign it and things like that. We won't sign this deal. He's got to want peace, all this garbage. And then, now it looks like, I don't know, he read out a letter he did a speech to Congress, and Trump read out Zelensky's letter, which was actually word for word just like some Twitter posts from my understanding. So it wasn't really a letter. And where he sort of was talking about the deal a little bit and how he wished it had gone better and stuff like that. And so, apparently Trump's back on board. Who knows? I don't think he should sign it. I think they need to find a solution without Trump. He's not dependable. You'll sign it and in 6 months you'll forget that you signed it. Not even, in a month time. He could very well forget all this happen and want to go a totally different way and get all hostile again.
Since the controversial tariffs were brought into effect against Mexico and Canada, the US president has now delayed them for a month to protect the American car industry.
And no president did anything about it until I came along, and then I did a lot about it.
Europe can certainly no longer be accused of...
Yeah, apparently, like the tariffs, we should talk about this later, but the tariffs are going to, like, for the car, so he's wanting to bolster the car industry, but what's going on is that when you need certain parts made and different things, so it goes like across the border to Canada and you've got to pay a tariff to get it back over, and then they send it off to do something else to it in Mexico and it costs money to get it back again from Mexico, so it's like gets double hit with tariffs. And so it's just going to rise the price of car manufacture. The whole point is to try and draw or drive people to go and make their products in America, but you need to have a time period where there's a kind of changeover period, a transition, and he's not done that at all. He's made no assurances of any sort of transition. It's just been cut it all off and or in this case add all these tariffs on without even thinking how that was going to affect the market the way it currently is.
In action. Today's summit, described as a watershed moment, saw them agree to unleash up to 800 billion euros to beef up the continent's defences. And the French president has signalled he is open to extending his country's nuclear umbrella to its allies.
Rearming Europe, spent on defence and deterrence. Europe is capable of standing up on its own 2 feet.
The show of EU unity marred only by objections from Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban, an admirer of both Putin and Trump. Not yet a complete and committed coalition of the willing, but Europe is on a mission to fend for itself.
Well, OK, Lisette, what will President Zelensky be hoping to get out of this meeting next week?
Well, first of all, it's perhaps important to note that President Zelensky himself will not be involved in those actual talks. So it'll be representatives from Ukraine and the US that enter into those discussions. But the fact that they're happening at all is significant. It's progress in that the US is almost realising and accepting that Ukraine will play a crucial role in these negotiations and in maintaining the peace in their country. President Zelensky has said not a lot. He said that he hopes they are meaningful, these discussions. America's gone one step further and said that they want to establish a framework for a peace deal and, interestingly, an initial ceasefire.
Okay. Yeah, so that was an interesting one. It covered quite a few things that we're going to look at. So one of the things that I want to point out is that in 1994, Ukraine had 1,700 nuclear warheads that was on their land. After they split from Russia, Russia having all these nuclear warheads, 1,700 of them were located in Ukraine. And now they had the people that worked on it, they had the engineers, they had all that. All they didn't have was the codes or something, from my understanding, but they had all the firing mechanisms, they had everything else that was needed, right? And those 1,700 warheads made Ukraine the third largest nuclear power in the world at the time, right? So with Russia number 1, US number 2, and then Ukraine was number 3, right? So that they were the third largest nuclear power in the world when they had these 1,700 nuclear warheads, and in exchange for economic compensation and assurances from Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom to respect Ukrainian independence and sovereignty within the borders. So this is before Crimea, within those existing borders in 1994. They wanted to have assurances that that independence would remain, and they gave up those nuclear warheads for that assurance, and then years later Russia invaded Ukraine anyway. And this is what Zelensky was trying to talk about, you know, and this is the thing, over and over Trump does this, you know. When it came to Greenland was given to Denmark in exchange for the Virgin Islands, you know, and Trump wants to go back on that. So this is why I don't think it's a good idea to make any deals with Trump. Maybe make it with a later president, but certainly not with Trump, because he just doesn't even remember like deals that have ever been made. He doesn't know why things happen, and he's not patient enough to sit there and find out why a deal was made. And then he comes up with a reason anyway why it shouldn't, why he can break it, you know? So, of course, well, let's have a look at this one, and then we'll look at the last one.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
It was a diplomatic horror show.
You don't have the cards right now. You're gambling with World War III.
The way he talks about it like it's a game, and the way he was like implying that he wants to keep the money flowing, like because he's somehow benefiting from having this money coming in, and he just wants the war over, right? He's not on some scam, unlike some people.
In this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
Your country's in big trouble.
But he's certainly convinced his base that Zelensky is on the grift here. He's keeping this war going, attacking, you know, having his country attacked just so that he can keep this money flowing. They believe that. They believe this spin.
You've done a lot of talking. It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this, I tell you.
Mr. President! But just a few days on, Volodymyr Zelensky's efforts to make amends appear to be paying off. Donald Trump reading out the letter he'd received from his Ukrainian counterpart to Congress, clearly pleased by its contents.
We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter.
Not so appreciative, though, that he was minded to lift his pause on military aid to Ukraine or on all intelligence sharing. A major blow to Ukraine's battlefield capabilities and a major win for Russia. No real clarity either on how long this pause will last.
We have taken a step back and are pausing and reviewing all aspects of this relationship. But I just got off the phone before I walked out here with my counterpart, the Ukrainian National Security Advisor. We are having good talks on a location for the next round of negotiations, on delegations, on substance.
That may not mean a return to the White House for Volodymyr Zelensky anytime soon, but he will be in Brussels on Thursday to meet with European allies, and his evening address in Kyiv struck a more positive tone.
Today, Ukrainian and American teams began working on an upcoming meeting. Andriy Yermak and Mike Waltz held talks, and we're seeing forward momentum. We hope to see the first results next week.
Europe is scrambling to try and secure more military funding for Ukraine. The French president hosting...
Again, it's this that there's no transition. So, like, of course, at the moment, just getting, like, completely cut off has been detrimental to the progress of the war.
Hungary's Viktor Orban at the Elysee Palace before giving this sobering message to the French people.
I want to believe that the US will stand by our side, but we have to be ready for that not to be the case. We need to be able to recognize the Russian threat and better defend ourselves in order to deter such attacks.
Europe is...
And I'm so glad to be hearing sort of rhetoric along those lines, because he's unreliable.
Waking up fast to the new reality that is Trump's America, where a president flush with power seems to differentiate less and less between friend and foe.
I can promise you that most or a lot of people that have been in an abusive situation know exactly what's going on, and that he'll just be like, it won't matter. They can agree with you 1 minute and then just totally backflip another time. That's the intelligence sharing. So yeah, so they're sort of really cutting off everything. Apparently that they got hit, yeah, possibly due to the intelligence being cut off. And Russia's
Well, President Putin says Russia will not retreat from Ukraine and give away anything that belongs to us. He made the comments while speaking to widows and mothers of Russian soldiers killed following his full-scale invasion. Earlier, his foreign minister warned that Moscow would see any European peacekeeping deployment in Ukraine as an act of war. Steve Rosenberg has the very latest.
It feels like something is changing in Russia. A country resurgent and unrepentant. Russia feeling more powerful, more confident from seeing an American president putting more and more pressure on Ukraine. And as a result, less and less desire here to make any concessions, any compromise.
Yeah, he's just being enabled by everybody, so now horrible people get emboldened by when they see horrible people getting away with things.
Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, made that quite clear. I asked him, is there any way Moscow would agree to European countries sending peacekeepers to Ukraine? Answer, no way.
We see no room for compromise here. This discussion is being held with an overtly hostile aim. This would mean no longer a hybrid involvement, but the direct, official and unconcealed participation of NATO countries in the war against Russia. And we mustn't allow this to happen.
No compromise, but a lot of excitement lately on Russian state TV. America's doing things differently, reads the caption. It certainly is. Just 3 weeks after Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin spoke on the phone, the US has paused military aid to Kiev and cut off intelligence sharing.
Right. And I don't know, I think we talked about it at my last stream, but there's like this thing going around. This dude, did I put it into my saves? I might have. I swear we talked about it last time, and that he was, they call him Krasnov. Like, so Trump got like recruited into the KGB in 1987. That's a claim that's being made. Looks like it's starting to get taken more and more serious by some of the bigger news outlets. But yeah, they're saying that his code name's Krasnov. And so as a KGB agent, this all sort of goes quite well with what Russia wants, you know?
Now it feels as if everything the Trump administration...
And listen, I'm not somebody that ever went with the whole Russiagate thing. I think that there's a lot more evidence of a direct involvement of Trump with Russia. I just think Russia take advantage of situations. They're opportunists, and they saw the Americans could be, and the West can be quite gullible to bots and propaganda on the internet, and they took advantage of that. That's what I think, and that Trump was always going to be useful to them as a useful idiot, as chaos, which, you know, they can set chaos loose in the country. That's a cost benefit to Russia. You know, so I don't think that they needed to necessarily collude with Trump during his last administration. But, you know, it's an interesting story, that one about the spy stuff. So maybe there's something to it. I think it's some of the best evidence that I've seen of any sort of collusion. And it's still just a rumor, you know. So, but his behavior in more recent times, you know, has certainly indicated some dodgy stuff going on.
Administration is saying and doing is good news for Moscow and very bad news for Ukraine. One Russian newspaper this week described the United States as Russia's partner. How things have turned around.
Wow.
Later, a private ceremony in the president's office. Vladimir Putin awarding the Hero of Russia medal to the widow of a Russian soldier. Then off to meet more women whose soldier sons and husbands have been killed. We're not going to give ground, Vladimir Putin said. We need the kind of peace that suits us. In Moscow, there's talk of a new world order and a growing belief that Russia is heading for victory in Ukraine. Russia's confidence fueled by America's U-turn. Steve Rosenberg, BBC News, Moscow.
I've seen some discussion. It's so weird. The right wing is so weird. Some discussion in the right wing about the New World Order, sort of celebrating it as well. And that used to be their big, like, they used to freak out about it. And there's a conspiracy. So we're going to watch this one. It is a 5-minute video, but it's very interesting interview from the Australian Institute. We're talking a little bit about AUKUS thing. We'll play this one first.
Putting the AUKUS in AUKUS.
Be discussing AUKUS with the Prime Minister, sir.
What does that mean?
AUKUS, the Australia-US Defence Alliance.
Yeah, well, we'll be discussing that. We've had another great relationship, and you have too, with Australia.
Yeah.
We've had a very good relationship with Australia.
The President.
I think that's a little bit worrying that he was needed, you know. What does that mean? What does that mean? You know, I think that's a little worrying that he needs to be reminded or be translated to quite often. And like, we just gave them $800 million the day before. So for AUKUS. So, you know, I think that this is a little bit of a worrying situation for us, you know.
Its apparent lack of awareness prompts an AUKUS raucous.
Why doesn't the president know what AUKUS is?
Is it a bad look? The president seems to not know what AUKUS is.
Are you going to explain it to him?
But in Australia, where the nuclear submarine partnership was hatched, no one seems too fazed.
There's a lot of acronyms in this business, and, you know, we all get thrown at them from time to time.
Not everyone, you know, gets the acronyms and all the rest of it.
The focus instead for this
right, when they're both on the same side like that, it's never a good thing.
AUKUS partner still firmly on a more pressing military headache. As
it may seem to make sense to have the government work together, and certainly sometimes I'm like, the Liberals are just oppositional for the sake of being oppositional, but it's always things like this that they work together on. Being aggressive.
3 Chinese warships continue to make their way around Australia.
Right, so these warships, I don't know if we discussed this in the last stream, but they sort of are hanging around here for a bit, and then they did like a live fire exercise. It's suspected that they might have, so there was 3 warships, one of them was like a big aircraft carrier thing or something. One of them was a support vessel. It's also believed that there was a submarine potentially, and we couldn't detect it. So they're sort of worried about that. And these ships, this was a week ago, you know, like, and they kind of are going around the outside. They're just kind of saying, hey, listen, you know, stop being aggressive with America.
Highest level of surveillance that you've ever seen from the Australian Defence Force for a cruise in international waters.
They're testing us as US allies. They're testing the Prime Minister.
Whether or not the term AUKUS rings a bell with Donald Trump right now, it's likely to resonate throughout his presidential term. That's because an assertive China conducting live-fire exercises off the coast of an ally in
not an assertive China, a China that is responding to what we do. So we go and we do live fire exercises off their coast, off the coast of Taiwan, in the South China Sea, up near Korea and Japan, you know, with the US and Korea and Japan. So we do all of that, and we were even flying planes around in the South China Sea just recently. So, like, you know, we're quite assertive too.
Australia will raise alarm in the Pentagon, and Beijing's ambassador has signalled there could be more of it in the years ahead.
It is normal for China to send their vessels to different parts of the region to conduct various kinds of activities.
And he's making no apologies for last week's trans-Tasman trouble. Andrew Green, ABC News,
Well, we don't
Canberra.
apologise. We don't apologise for it. We make out like we're not doing anything wrong. Anyway, so this is interesting though. This is, so I don't know. I skipped to there, whereas I should have probably stayed on the Trumpy stuff that we had. It's kind of around the whole AUKUS thing too. So I'm just going to flash these ones up on the screen. So this is what I'm happy to see. These are all Guardian articles. I want to see more of this from other news outlets. I think I might have seen some sort of suggestions of this kind of thing on the ABC. But so I've talked about this before. And I mentioned it earlier in the stream that there's a possibility that we would never get the submarines from the US. So we're starting to see sort of stories that are really starting to point that out and sort of go, hey, we need security independence, right? And Australians are really aware of it because of how it's been happening. Donald Trump upending the world order that his country helped to create, and that he may upend Australian foreign policy in the process. Australians are recognising that we need security independence. This one here, this article's from Zoe Daniel, an independent, and she has pointed out, you know, that he has us, that the US, and as a result, Donald Trump has got us expertly wedged, and that we need a plan B, that we do not have a plan B. You know, the president's trashed his long-standing principle of collective security with NATO. How can we be confident that the US will continue to be our defensive shield? And we can't. And so this is where we're starting to get worried. And then we've got this story where we may not even get these submarines. It was heralded as ensuring the security of the Indo-Pacific, but with Australia, with America increasingly unreliable ally, doubts are rising above the waves. So there's a few different things that there's even we've discussed it in a previous stream, I'm sure, where there's legislation which says that they literally can't give us the submarines because it'll put them behind. So I didn't want to read those ones out. I just wanted to sort of point to them and go, you know, this is what's sort of going on, and all of this is important in the upcoming election, which we'll look at in a moment. So this is the interview that I wanted. So it's a 6-minute interview that talks about it. It's on the Australia Institute YouTube. I don't know if this is Sky News Australia or not. Hey, so let's have a listen. It's a really good interview, sort of just talking about what I've been talking about, how he's unreliable, and yeah. And actually, Emma Shortis, wrote this article here as well.
Let's go live to Emma Shortis. She's the Director of the International and Security Affairs Program at the Australia Institute. Emma, thanks for your time. I'm really interested in this polling you did. More than 2,000 people surveyed. And now, from your survey, a majority or more people believe that Donald Trump, that at 31% is the greatest threat to world peace, more than Vladimir Putin at 27% and Xi Jinping 27%.
Is this Sky News Australia? They had this wild. It is Sky News Australia. They're
so
saying
not
these things?
A majority, but more than those other two dictators. What do you make of this number?
Wow.
That's right, Kieran. This polling by the Australia Institute has come back with some, what I think is some pretty extraordinary results, exactly as you've just outlined, that more Australians see Donald Trump, the leader of Australia's most important security ally.
Why is Sky News giving airtime to this? That's incredible.
as a threat to global peace than picked Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping, and we've got to remember, of course, that Vladimir Putin leads a country that has invaded another sovereign nation. So the fact that Australians see those leaders as on a par with Donald Trump is really pretty extraordinary.
And I think it's fair to say, if those numbers hold up and this is the new status quo, what we're seeing, as you put it in the newspaper today, it's historic, this shift that's underway.
Look, I think that is potentially the case. Australians have historically put a huge amount of faith in our security relationship with the United States, and Donald Trump appears to be shifting that. So one of the other things that we asked Australians was how secure they feel after the election of Donald Trump, and about half responded that they feel less secure since the election of Donald Trump. So that, I think, potentially is a pretty significant shift in how Australians view.
Absolutely. I'm super worried. I've got a son that's conscription age. No way. Not keen for any of this at all.
The United States and in how much faith Australia.
I left an abusive partner. I didn't, and and I'm no contact. I can't go no contact with this. How do you go no contact with like World War III?
Put in our security relationship.
Half of those, or just under half of those surveyed, are not confident that Donald Trump, or that the United States under Donald Trump, would come to our aid if needed.
I'm blown away that this is on the Sky News. Has he lost, Murdoch support? I don't believe that. Though I've seen some pretty wild headlines on Murdoch newspapers over this, so maybe he really did cross the line with the Ukraine thing.
That's right, and that is quite the contrast, I think, to the Prime Minister's statements last week that he is
confidence that Trump would defend Australian interests. Not at all confident. 48%. And you got 42% that are somewhat confident or very confident, but only 16% very confident. Not at all confident. 48%.
Confident that the United States would come to Australia's rescue if we ever needed them, and that the ANZUS alliance is rock solid. Half of Australians don't share that confidence that Donald Trump would defend Australia or Australia's interests if we ever needed them. And again, that suggests potentially at least a pretty significant shift in Australian feeling.
Emma, the other, and this goes to, I guess,
yeah, it's huge. That's a massive shift. I just hope it holds, I hope that I'm not in too much of an echo chamber of Australia, because I go on Channel 10 videos and they can be just shocking in the comments. I swear to God, they've got to be bots. But I'm sure that there's some people in there that are genuine Aussies, and I've met genuine Aussies that think this sort of thing, and so that's concerning. I just hope that they're a small percentage. I just hope that they're a small percentage.
The dilemma here, and I just wonder what this would amount to, but 44%...
A loud small percentage.
And want a more independent foreign policy, as opposed to 35% that want a stronger US alliance in the wake of the election of Donald Trump again. But what does that amount to in terms of security umbrella and so on, given how much we've invested in AUKUS and the alliance over decades?
Look, Australia has invested a huge amount in the alliance and is about to invest a whole lot more through the AUKUS submarine pact. But I think what these results suggest is that bipartisan consensus that has long assumed to exist around the alliance might be shifting, and that there is, I think, rising community concern, particularly about the AUKUS submarine pact and the way it would tie us ever more closely to Trump's America. So I think this points to some potential tensions, both within and between the major parties about the future of Australian security.
And just finally, I know it's not security, but it does go to what I think is popular support for the alliance. If there were to be those tariffs confirmed next week on the 12th of March, is there a sense, Emma, that that could undercut support for the alliance further, given Mr. Miles was in Washington a few weeks ago with $800 million as a down payment on AUKUS, and then we get slapped with tariffs? Is there do you see?
Apparently he's also over there with $4.4 trillion in social security or whatever, like in superannuation. Planning to do something with that over there as well right now.
Potentially a correlation between that and a declining public support for the alliance.
Look, Kieran, I think that is certainly possible. And look, the first thing I would say actually is that economic security is a real issue for Australia as well. Economic stability and security isn't separate from, I suppose, harder issues of security. And I think Australians are really aware of that. And I think the fact that, as you say, Australia's just handed over $800 million to the Trump administration and is potentially in return.
Let that be our exit fee.
And being slapped with these tariffs with, no exceptions and no carve outs for Australia just shows, exactly how Donald Trump treats America's traditional allies. And I think these results from Australia Institute polling show that Australians are listening when Donald Trump tells us who he is.
Dr. Emma Shorters from the Australia Institute, thank you for sharing your thoughts and those numbers. Very interesting poll today on international security.
And so we shall go on and look at some of these tariffs. So he's certainly... he was looking at putting tariffs onto Australia. I don't know whether that's still going to go ahead.
So today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. Excuse that he's giving for these Paris tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely.
And someone else, I was reading someone's comment, I can't remember what it was, and it was certainly like someone pointed out that no one thought anything about fentanyl or anything like that till like a few weeks ago. So it was never something that was ever on anyone's mind. G'day there, Swan to Shadows. Anything interesting on the Australian news? I'm kind of doing a bit of a hybrid of world and Australian news because it's kind of all mixed in together. Because Trump's just so chaotic, it's all over the place. So I'm sort of doing a bit of response to that, and then sort of how Australian government have gone and sort of responded to those different things that are happening. So we just sort of talked about a bit of Australian stuff. We're going to look a bit more at the election in a second, and but not much. We're just finishing off here. So these are the tariffs that Trump's put on to Canada. No one was worried about this a few weeks ago. Now it's all over the place, yeah?
So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that...
Exactly. That'll make it easier to annex us.
That'll make it easier to annex us.
And he's right. That's potentially one of his plans. He's apparently talked about it a lot. Old Trumpy is just trying to throw his weight around. Over here in the UK, our eyes are fixed on Ukraine and Russia. Exactly. And so, I think he's trying to throw his weight around, but he's also, like every day there's something more that he's at. So he's trying to thin out our ability to fight by overwhelming us and spreading us thin across all these different things that he's doing, And like, So we're concerned about AUKUS, which is the Australia, UK, US deal. It was supposed to give us some military assurance. And like you guys, you're rightfully now concerned on Ukraine and Russia. That's your closest and biggest priority right now. And we've got to deal with you over, with the UK over these subs and all this military alliance when you're already got like things on your mind and priorities. And here our other ally, the US, is all like aggressive and like, alienating all his allies, including us. And we're like, my government's not even responding aggressively to it at all. They're kind of almost being enabling in their behaviour. And, and because they want to, I think, try and stick with this AUKUS deal, and it's just ridiculous. It's just how you can't, he's just too unpredictable and wishy-washy over things. He's chaos and he's unreliable. He underestimates the economic power of the EU economy and the Commonwealth. And that's right. And that's one of the things I was saying earlier. I'd like to see Australia withdraw from AUKUS, and we get actually a savings out of my idea, because we're paying $368 billion. That's the minimum for AUKUS. I think we should withdraw from AUKUS and then add $200 billion to the $800 billion that the EU's putting in against, Russia and everything. And that would make it a full $1 trillion. And, and that way we're strengthening our ally tie, our ties with our allies that are saner and more that are more reliable and more aware of our relationship, our past relationship, why we're allies in the first place, and because he's just such a narcissist. I've said it earlier, a lot like, abusive partners would or partners that have been abused would understand this thing where they say something and then, they go back on it a couple of weeks later. They almost like they forget what's going on, and that Trump is predictably unpredictable. Like it's predictable that he's going to do something unpredictable, and we just can't depend on him. He just has no idea what, or doesn't care.
Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake.
And that's the thing too. I mentioned this earlier. Canada, UK, we all backed US when it got attacked on 9/11. We didn't ask for any payments in return. We just did it because they were our ally. The US were our ally. He doesn't realise that after he has withdrawn US aid to Ukraine and demanded mineral rights without security guarantees, he's caused the EU to realise Americans cannot be trusted. Yeah, and Australia. That's what we were just talking about, how there's been these stories that are starting to come out, which are talking about the US. We thought we knew, it's gone, and Australians know it, things like that, and that we really need to come up with some security independence too, because one of the things that they're talking about with AUKUS is giving us these subs, and now these subs he can't give to us. We already know he can't give to us, and so one of them is to man the subs with US personnel, and it would be all US run anyway, so they'd never be ours, like they'd never be our sovereign submarines, and so there'd be no security independence for us. And so that's been a real shock. I've been saying it for weeks, been saying it ever since he got in, really, but like ever since Elon threw up that Nazi salute, I've been screaming at my leaders, elbow, over and over, Albo being our Prime Minister, over and over saying we need security independence. We need to divest from the US because they're Nazis and they're unreliable. So anyway, it will just go down as it has done in the past. If Russia takes Ukraine, they'll try for Finland and Moldova. EU will declare war, will gain the upper hand, and then the US will, as usual, turn up late like they did for the last 2 world wars. Exactly. That is so exactly right. I don't even need to add to that. Let's finish what Trudeau's got to say. He's not a happy man. And then I think there's also some businesses responding to the tariffs.
The U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods.
And this is quite interesting because Mexico and China have done the same. So they've like targeted things that are his sort of typically red state type of products. 80% of potash, which is a fertilizer, it comes from Canada. 60% of oil comes from Canada. 85% of the electricity in the United States comes from Canada. These are the sort of things that they're looking to retaliate on. The potash, for example, is going to affect the farmers, and you've got a number of other things that have been targeted in that area. Also the cars that are getting targeted. So, you know, there's certainly been a response come back, and he's not liking
tell
it,
Americans, we're not booing you, we're not booing your teams, we're not booing your players. We're booing a policy that is designed to hurt us. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk.
The jobs that are left, that is, after they've fired everybody. Like, aren't you supposed to do, like, growth, jobs growth? And he's, like, overseeing, like, all of this just, like, destruction of jobs. I don't know how long this one is. You would have thought after the Aussies helped out in Afghanistan and Vietnam, the US would at least owe them some kind of gratitude. For sure. For sure. And that's what I was saying, even Europe, like France and UK, and they're like, hey, we're at risk here. We're at risk because, like what you have said, it'll go down like it's done before, where they take Ukraine and they go Finland, and they'll just keep moving in, right? And they'll just keep doing what they want to do. And so, you know, it puts Europe at risk. But Europe has backed the US many times, just like the Australians have. We're there for our friends. But I just don't think he knows the history or doesn't care. Like I've said, I don't think that he sits down long enough to have the history explained to him enough to understand why these alliances are a thing. So he's putting these tariffs on. We don't know whether we're about to get targeted with some tariffs. We may, and hopefully this is going to put a fire under the government's arse. We may. So we've got businesses scrambling. I don't know if I really want to watch
President Trump's tariff turmoil continues. The White House backs off some of the tariffs it imposed just yesterday, but keeps others in place.
The president is issuing a 1-month delay for the auto industry after facing market pressure and pushback. The president made the decision in the face of stiff resistance from automakers who say the tariffs would put their businesses at a disadvantage.
And stocks have taken a deep dive in reaction to the tariffs before staging a comeback rally today. And there are fears of rising inflation. John Fenolio here.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, the stock market goes up and down. It does its thing. It's very reactive. So, but yeah, I do think there's going to be a huge, I mean, I can't understand why he doesn't have the foresight, or someone around him doesn't have the foresight to explain how economically this is bad for them, you know, how the tariffs will make things more expensive, how it doesn't really harm the country that's being tariffed. The EU as a whole is not at risk. We have more then the power to defend ourselves. But the fringe countries like Finland, Ukraine, Moldova and half Poland are a threat. So Putin can make the borders with the EU only 600 kilometres long, but if he tries it, well, it won't end well for Russia. Right, yeah, well, I don't think it'll end well for the whole world because it's going, you know, it is. This is sort of the beginning of World War III. It's not Zelensky's fault. You know, he's like the people were calling him the leader of the free world because at the moment he's what's standing between basically World War III happening, you know, and Russia. So yeah, because I do believe that Australia will. I mean, we've already stood up and said regardless of Trump, this seems to have been our line in the sand, was this Ukraine thing. And so our politicians did stand up and say, hey, we're still supporting Ukraine. Okay, Trump, we're still supporting Ukraine, buddy. Which is good, you know. I'm glad. Oh, thanks for the follow, Koki.
With the turmoil, John.
Yeah, sure, Micah, that's right. U.S. businesses and investors are worried. The heads of the big three U.S. automakers warned the president that tariffs on aluminum and steel could send car prices surging and force the closure of U.S. production lines.
So he's put these tariffs on hold now. So is that flip-flop again? So flip-flop, and he's put these tariffs on hold, but I believe that the other countries have gone, not too bad, it's too late. It's too late. How am I? How are you? I'm pretty good. I wasn't so great last week, so I took a week off last week. But this week I'm back. I'm back and got the energy. You know, so much going on. And it really was overwhelming. You know, like all this is so overwhelming. And you've got to give your brain a break from it.
From Canada, we probably get 25 to 30% of our materials.
Mel Guthrie owns and operates
And we were
Guthrie
talking
Lumber.
about this earlier. Some of these products, they cross the borders multiple times before the final product is made. And so it's going to get like tariffed multiple times.
His family business has been selling building materials for almost 100 years. But right now, he says his U.S. customers and Canadian suppliers are increasingly concerned about soaring costs resulting from President Trump's trade war.
We've gotten lots of calls from our customers that are worried about the impact of the price. The Canadian suppliers are freaking out and they're going to try and shove it down our throats. They're really, really mad.
The president imposed 25% tariffs on most imports from Canada and Mexico Tuesday. Taxes on Chinese imports increased to 20%, a move he touted during his recent address to Congress.
If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one.
That rattled investors and sent markets tumbling Tuesday. The president responding Wednesday by granting a 1-month exemption to America's big
No
three.
transition at all. No transition at all. Trump apparently wants Greenland also. How's he going to get that? Does he think that the Scandinavian countries would allow it? I mean, I'm certainly like curious as to he never sort of answers the question directly that he won't take it like aggressively, does he? He never answers that question. And we did touch on it earlier and about how Denmark had done a deal with the US over the Virgin Islands, and that the US could have the Virgin Islands so long as they left Greenland alone. And so they did not leave Greenland. They don't obviously want to leave Greenland alone now. And so what does that do with that original deal? You know, so Koki wants to ask me a question, I guess. I can't promise I'll answer.
the automakers, Ford, GM, and Stellantis.
He told them that they should get on it, start investing, start moving, shift production here to the United States of America, where they will pay no tariff. That's the ultimate.
She's so in over her head. She's like, what, 21?
Goal.
Canada and Mexico are vowing to retaliate with tariffs of their own. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he won't lift retaliatory tariffs if any U.S. tariffs are left on Canada.
I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. And inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country.
The U.S. imports more than it exports because the U.S. consumes more than it produces. Most experts say tariffs will ultimately force Americans to pay more for everyday items.
Tariffs tend to be inflationary, right? They're going to push prices higher, which is going to stretch everybody's spending dollar even further. If consumers are spending less, the economy doesn't grow quite as much. And there's a very real possibility that our first quarter GDP could be negative.
All right, President Trump acknowledged last night that tariffs would cause a little disturbance, but America's trading partners are warning that the fallout will be more severe. China responding on X, saying, quote, if war is what the U.S. wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. The president says more tariffs will be announced April 2nd. Back to
Economic trade war 2025. Yeah, the Virgin Islands. So Denmark gave Virgin Islands for Greenland. Yeah, in 1917. To the United States, they sold it for $25 million, a deal that was not in exchange for Greenland, says the AI, but rather for strategic reasons related to Caribbean and Panama Canal. I don't know if I trust the I don't know if I trust the AI there about that it wasn't an exchange. That was my understanding, that it was an exchange for Greenland. Koki, you want to ask an embarrassing question? As I said, you can ask. I can't promise that I'll answer. So, look, they already talked about there's a pause, like he put this pause on, so I'm not going to play the video where I've got, like, that he's just paused those tariffs. What I'm going to play is this wonderful, this is kind of like a little break thing. We're going to listen to what this UFC fighter has to say about Musk. Why Musk? No, we'll talk about Musk in a minute. That's not going to... We don't want that. We're still talking about Trumpy. All right, so I don't think we talked about this last time. So the US and Israel have dismissed a $53 billion plan that has been endorsed by Arab states. So I think it was like Egypt and Syria or something. No, not Syria. Egypt and... Saudi Arabia and a few others had got together and come up with a plan. It's $53 billion. They were going to move people out of certain areas, but they were going to remain in Palestine while they'd like rebuild that area, and then they'd be able to move into that area, and then they'd fix the other area, stuff like that. So Trump, old boy, wants Panama Canal back in the US. So yes, he does want Panama Canal. And he's trying to... I know, it's so weird. He is trying to alienate the US. And it's so weird because they're a world power. And, like, they're obviously, they're the strongest world power, right? They lead the world, and then all the things that he's doing are weakening the country. So is he Krasnov? Is he acting in the interests of Russia? Or is he just dumb and doesn't really know, like his isolationist policies are not going to keep them the most powerful country in the world for long, right? He's going to crash them economically. He's like alienating all his allies and all of those sort of things. So how is that going to help? And then I heard him call Israel his greatest ally, and I was like, why is Israel their greatest ally? Why is Israel their greatest ally? We follow them to war whenever they ask, whenever they say. We let them put bases all over our country, right? There's a spot in the middle of our country where we're not even allowed to go, where our politicians aren't even allowed to go, right? Where are we? What about us? Or Europe, right? It's not strictly true, though. The US is no longer a dominant power. The UK with the Commonwealth and the EU, as well as China. Yes. I certainly see the rising power of China, and I do think that it's going to be the future of the world. I do hope that there will be that Western side, like you say, the Commonwealth and the EU will continue to remain strong. And the US was a dominant power and is still sort of looked at that way, right? But these isolationist policies and the fact that they won't fix anything is just like, even before Trump, right? This is kind of why we ended up with Trump. Yeah, because of the status quo, and that status quo was not doing great things for anybody, for the people of America and stuff like that. And so it was sort of starting to fail as a country that they got like so many homeless and things like that, and just and infrastructure that's failing and things like that. So it was obvious, like 10, 15 years ago, that the US needed to do something, but they just kept investing into their billionaires rather than into their country, you know? It's looked as the dominant power, but we're waking up to that, yeah, that it isn't really, that's right. And certainly there's been recent discussions certainly around China and stuff and how it is becoming more powerful. And I don't think it's going to be an aggressive country. China is our biggest trade partner, and I think that China wants to lead and be rich, yeah? I think China wants to be rich. It doesn't necessarily want to be an aggressive dominant power. It just wants to be a rich one in that and dominate that way. But of course, the West doesn't want to allow that, so they have to sort of poke at it and, yeah, poke at it. And so, look, I'm glad that we are waking up to the fact that the US is kind of like Australia. We were angry about, a lot of people were angry about the AUKUS agreement before all this shit went down, right when Morrison first signed it back in 2020 or whatever it was that he signed it, 2021. We were very angry about it. It's very expensive. And like you say, we already were recognizing the US isn't the dominant power and weren't necessarily going to be capable of coming and saving Australia if we needed it, that we need security independence. It's just good to see that message is finally making it into the mainstream. But look where we had to get for it to happen, for people to wake up to it, you know. We had to have some dude throwing Nazi salutes at the inauguration of the president for people to go, people to sort of start looking at them and go, I don't know, maybe they're not as reliable as we thought they were, you know. Maybe they're a little bit weird in some ways, you know. If you were a smart man, which you don't claim to be, you would say to China, if you retake the islands Russia stole from you years ago, the West can go into Ukraine in exchange for recognizing it as a Chinese territory. Let Russia fight on all fronts. The Russian people won't stand for it. Yeah, I do believe that China's sort of starting to cozy up a bit to the West. Like more that China is starting to turn away from Russia rather than cozying up to the West. It's more because it wants to be rich. I think China just wants to be rich and wants to enjoy the spoils of being rich and powerful that way, you know, and being like, they want to be cool to the rest of the world as well. All right. So, anyway, so they came up with this plan. This plan was kind of in response to Trump's Gaza, which Trump then went and posted this ridiculous video that was the biggest insult that you could ever like imagine a powerful leader ever. Like, it's everything is just turned upside down, isn't it? Everything is just like, you couldn't write it. You couldn't write it because it wouldn't seem real. It wouldn't seem like a realistic plot. So, but what's interesting about this is that his AI Gaza video was actually satire. So let's have a little look at this video.
Well, you may remember that Gaza video of last week, which went viral after being reposted by Donald Trump. I want to put it onto the screen because it's AI generated, that Gaza scene, apparently a vision of Donald Trump's plans to transform.
Typical that Trump would take it seriously and think that someone actually made this, like they seriously thought this is what Trump envisions, and he thought that that's
the Gaza Strip into the Riviera of the Middle East. It depicts Elon Musk.
And then he posted it like, yeah, I confirm this is my vision for Gaza.
To delicacies, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu on a beach with a sort of Dubai-like backdrop. It obviously, at the time, caused huge offence, not just in the region.
Well, there's a lot of things in this that says Antichrist, if you're a believer in that sort of thing.
Speaking with the video's creator, Solo Avatar, about why he chose to make the video.
Basically, it was the whole story is a sort of like a comedy of coincidences, I would say, because it was a day that Donald Trump announced his Gaza plant, and our company, IMX Visuals in Los Angeles, we often test different AI platforms. We generate, films, commercials, and we just came across this amazing new technology by a company, another LA-based company called Arcana Labs, and they gave us sort of like an access to their latest AI model. And we, as we do often with testing stuff, we test the speed and quality. And we figured, okay, let's try to do something within our 8 hours, one shift, kind of like one seat between 2 cups of coffee.
Let's create Trump Gaza. Oh my God.
And just as it happened, my partner, Ariel Vroman, who is a filmmaker himself, was in Las Vegas as the news broke out, literally at the same time, and he was just taking his phone, pointing it out to the Las Vegas Strip, and said, "Las Vegas Strip, Gaza Strip, Las Vegas." It was that kind of like a comic moment in a way.
So that's how it started.
You're not a fan of the BBC? It's a mouthpiece of the government, and you shouldn't have to pay the BBC license fee if you don't watch it. Look, the BBC license fee, man, that is such a grift. Like, I just don't understand that at all. We have the ABC, and we're having a little bit of issue with it lately. It was never really as bad as what it became under the last Liberal government, which is they've always targeted it and they've just made it worse and appointed LNP, which is Liberal, is our Conservative government. They've put Liberal interested people in power over the ABC, and so its quality has degraded over the years. I hear what you're saying about the BBC, and it's it's been around for a long time, and I don't often feature stuff from them, but I do put every now and then, and it is still something that I'm subscribed to. But I certainly watch a lot of these with caution. Even my own ABC these days, I have to watch with caution because it can also be a mouthpiece of the government, and that's not what the ABC used to be. It used to be something where the people on it did have freedom, but they seem to have appointed people that have a more pro-government stance, I guess. I don't know that they necessarily censor their voices or make them tell a story a certain way. I mean, the ABC in Australia is in a bit of hot water at the moment for firing a pro-Palestinian reporter. So, this is all a result of the Conservatives, attacking it for more than a decade now. A fellow with an embarrassing question, you're kind of curious. I don't know. So there was some shit that went down. I don't know if you saw it, some streamer drama that went down. It's not really drama. The three very popular streamers, Cine and Valkyrie and Pokimane, and they were out and about doing an IRL 24-hour charity stream, and they got approached by a stream sniper stalker thing. And I don't know, but I get these people, and as you can see, I don't have many viewers yet. I'm still only brand new, and from the very beginning I had problems with people coming in and making requests. And so that's why I was like, you can ask, but I won't necessarily answer, because I used to go into those discussions a lot more open in the past. And then, it became sort of obvious that when they ask those questions, they want to ask uncomfortable questions, sexual harassment pretty much, almost, so but I have a particular viewer that seems to change their name often, and they are interested in older women apparently, so and they seem to come in and target me under different names. I'm not going to say that Koki was necessarily that, but the conversation started going there immediately, so it gave me that impression. Thank you for the follow, Swan to Shadows. I really appreciate it. You got the feeling it wasn't something good. Yeah, I was just waiting for the request to video my feet. That was one request. Various things along those lines, and I just want to talk about the news and play games.
You say it took 8 hours. I read you said that it was basically, the intention was a satire to underline the megalomaniac nature of the idea. Is that right?
And he posted it because he's a megalomaniac.
Absolutely. I mean, we basically, when you have a test drive to do of a technology that you have a limited time, you don't really have time to really go into script and writing and developing a storyboard and all sorts of stuff. And we said, all right, that sounds like, fun. Let's just play around with that idea. The rest is history.
Yes, I mean, you say it was satire. It obviously caused huge offence, but the president of the United States reposted it. Just give me a snapshot, really brief.
Well, it caused huge offence because Trump posted it seriously. If it was something that was done on Saturday Night Live or something, people would have understood and laughed.
Of the moment you found out that he'd done that.
Instead, everyone's disgusted because he was serious.
A bit of a background before that. He posted it a week after we created it, literally. And as we do with tests, we shared with friends and colleagues. And the reaction was obviously everybody, realized that it's a satire. So, they were laughing about it and sending us kind of fun emojis. And then Ariel, who's my partner, who has over 130,000 followers on Instagram, posted it. And then it took me 2 hours to catch it, and seeing that he posted it, and I called him. I said, Ariel, please take it down. We thought that we were going to get in trouble with the president. That's what I thought. I thought we were going to get offend the White House or something. So he took it down, but I think by that time it was too late.
yeah, it was definitely too late by then. Wow. So, yeah. Interesting. Okay, quickly back to some of the Australian stuff. I guess going from there to this was something that happened, not impressed. So the Jewish Council of Australia have slammed the universities of Australia, adoption of dangerous, politicised and unworkable anti-Semitism definition. Of course, this is in response to campuses that have got pro-Palestinian protests. I think that they're still in action. So 39 universities endorsed a dangerous and politicised definition of anti-Semitism, which has threatened academic freedom and will have a chilling effect on legitimate criticism of Israel and risk institutionalising anti-Palestinian racism. They did so without meaningful consultation with Palestinian groups or diverse Jewish groups who are critical of Israel. The Jewish Council of Australia strongly opposes the anti-Semitism definition developed by the group of 8 universities, but it was 39 universities, right? Adopted by Universities Australia by categorising Palestinian political expression as inherently anti-Semitic. It will be unworkable, unenforceable and stifle critical political debate, which is at the heart of any democratic society. And of course, everybody knows how I stand on a protest and how that is coming under attack in Australia in a massive way. You like the fact that 2 gay guys made the short film and Trump reposted it and didn't think, didn't he? Didn't think he liked that crowd. And there was the bearded ladies dancing on the beach. You know. So the definition states criticism of Israel can be anti-Semitic when it's grounded in harmful tropes, stereotypes or assumptions, and when it calls for the elimination of the state of Israel or all Jews, or when it holds Jewish individuals or communities responsible for Israel's actions. So the definition's inclusion of calls for the elimination of the state of Israel would mean, for instance, that calls for a single binational democratic state where Palestinians and Israelis have equal rights could be labelled anti-Semitic. And they also have a misrepresentation of Zionism as core to the Jewish identity. The definition states that for most Jewish people, Zionism is a core part of their Jewish identity. And the Jewish Council of Australia say that they are deeply concerned that by adopting this definition, universities will be taking and promoting a view that national political ideology is a core part of Judaism. And that is not only inaccurate, but it is dangerous. And of course, you know, we've got a lot of problems in Australia at the moment with anti-Semitic attacks and weird things that are going on around that. We've got the Israel lobby that are, you know, lobbying the government, putting pressure on our government to do this sort of thing, to make laws around anti-Semitism and stuff that are specific to anti-Semitism. This was done because there was a lot of pressure put on the universities as well. So yeah, it's not great. And just this week, the police, I don't think I've got the story, but the police are investigating a mosque that's someone threatened on social media to attack a mosque with a Christchurch-like attack, which is the big attack that happened in New Zealand. I think 51 people died or something like that, which was an attack on them. So we have both lots. We have anti-Semitism and we have a lot of Islamophobia, and it's just, it's quite bad, but the response has not been equal. The response has been that the Israel lobby are in there really pushing our government and things to respond to that. And there's not much, well, you know, obviously imams and stuff are trying to get something done about the Islamophobia. Everyone just wants it to be equal. Like, we don't have specific hate laws for specific things, that these hate laws cover all hate that's trying to be dished out. Anyway, not much more in the news. I do want to just have a quick look at the election. I don't know. I feel like I talked about this last time, and then that's just going to look like I'm like salty or something. Albanese appeared on this girl's podcast. Now, I don't know who she is. Apparently, women listen to podcasts. Apparently, this is something women do on the Instagram and the TikToks, right? And I didn't know this. So, lack of freedom of speech is dangerous. To deprive one of freedom of speech is a form of thought policing. We have it here in the UK. Can't speak truths when truths hurt. Might get arrested for it. Yes, and I agree with that. I'm used to be a full-on like free speech absolutionist, and I keep sort of like ping-ponging, I guess, between that absolutionist and sort of support for general hate speech laws, because it's, and I guess where it comes down is you have the freedom to say something, but there is also a place for law to respond to that, right? You can say it, but there might be consequences. I don't think that, see, freedom of speech is a term that was brought about so that we can speak truth to power, so that we can protest, right? So that we can criticize government. It's not there so that we can say mean things to people we don't like. You know, that's not the intended purpose. Actually, and I forgot to play this.
If protest,
which is around protest. I'm a big person around protest. So this is what freedom of speech to me means, right? It's not about being allowed to use a slur against somebody and saying that's freedom. I should be allowed to call someone a slur, right? It's about criticizing government. And I thought this was a fabulous little speech. Am I able to rewind it? Oh, well, if protests didn't work,
they wouldn't try and ban it. Oh, you laugh. Think about it. And of course, when I say they, I'm talking about our elected government. In South Australia, there was a protest at a gas industry conference a year or so ago. And so
define hate, though. Taking offence to something is not hate. Like if I said that you're gorgeous and you take offence to it, is that a hate crime? No, it's not. But there's also consequence. I think that hate can be defined to some degree, like insults and slurs, like literal slurs, name calling is not criticism of government, right? And it's just freedom to sort of say a slur. And I don't see it. People want freedom to be who they are, and other people want freedom to call them names. And I don't think that is very fair, you know. And that's the thing. This is what it's for. Freedom of speech is for protest. Yeah. And look, and then when you have the thing, I think that laws should be very more general things. So we were talking before about, you know, anti-Semitism laws. And so then what are we going to do? Make a law for Islamophobia and then make a law for something else and a law for something else. I think that hate speech laws should be general and sort of cover things like slurs and being hateful for no reason. You know, bigotry is a thing. We can't pretend it's not a thing, you know, and it can be defined, but it's not something where it should be defined for each particular like, people take offence at ridiculous things and the police have to investigate under hate crime laws. And I agree with you. But we had the instance of so-called reverse racism, you know, a little while ago with, what's her name? I don't even follow her. She's an Australian chick. And she'd called the cop like a dumb white cop or something. And so he tried to charge her with like a reverse racism and he tried to get her under hate speech and he lost because he just ignored her. He ignored her anyway, and there's no recognition there that, you know, that she was in fear for her life or anything like that. So, and he ran with the whole, oh, she's being racist thing, you know. And so I get that it should be able to go back the other way too, but like, obviously there are minority groups that get targeted and they don't have any protections, you know. If you have hate speech laws, everyone should be protected, not specific people of ethnic origin or sexes. She was still racist and should have been charged. She did get charged, but she didn't, but she won. And so the charges, I guess, were dropped. She was still racist to him, I guess, but that's, so when you come from a place of privilege, the quote goes, every attempt at equality looks like oppression. Okay. So, what he also did, so we could go, okay, she was racist to him, but it came after a huge amount of other parts to that story where she was in a cab, she threw up in the cab, she needed to go to her home, she had plenty of money to pay for it, but the guy locked the doors of the cab and then drove them wildly and took them off to the police station. Now, they didn't know where they were being taken. They just wanted to go to their home, to their destination. And they were frightened. And they had grown up, at least one of them had grown up in a town where a taxi driver had been charged with basically serial killing and stuff like that. So, it ignored the reality that women are always on the alert. And when something doesn't go as planned, so they wanted to go to their destination, but he then locked them in the car and then drove them to a different destination, that put them on alert, that scared them. And the police officer didn't ask them, didn't ask the taxi driver anything about this story. He didn't ask him at all about it, and released them. And she was frustrated by that point and drunk and lashed out, you know. So sure, she was racist. Some would suggest he was potentially misogynistic in not listening to her, in disregarding her story, in disregarding the fear that the two women felt, you know. So things can go both ways. So that's why he lost, because he didn't investigate enough. He let the taxi driver go and didn't take enough into account, ignored their story, ignored their fear, ignored all of that, and that caused her to lash out. So, you know, as I say, free speech is for this, for protest.
Some people say to me all the time, oh, Richard, you just can't get anything done these days, logjam, can't get anything done. Oh, no, there was a protest at a gas conference, and the next day the South Australian Parliament changed the law. The next day they criminalised protest. The next day, I think they created... That's what we've
got to be watching out for, where they're criminalising protest. And that's what they've done here in Australia. And it's happening over there too. And in the UK, you have like, what are they called? Extinction Rebellion, and they go splash some soup on a painting that has a glass cover, by the way, and they draw attention to their thing, and it's like, oh, but that's not even related, and they're wasting food and all this, but they've still drawn attention to their protest, and people are like, oh, they slowed me down. They stood on the road and slowed down the traffic when I'm trying to get home from work, and this isn't bringing me to their side of the story and things like that. And it's like, that's what protest is. And if it didn't work, they wouldn't be trying to shut it down.
$20,000 fines. They must be pretty scared, huh? Because if protest was ineffective, why would they do that? So please, don't feel for a minute that we don't have power. Please don't think for a minute we can't drive change. That is exactly what they want people to think.
Right, and we need to sort of concentrate on this. All this stuff with the, reactionary sort of content around, reverse racism in that particular incident that we're talking about, and all these things are to divide us as people so that we can't fight them. Anyway, they also stopped the traffic when a woman was driving her kid to the hospital. Oh, yes, I remember I heard that one, yes. But that's all to divide you and make you turn against protest so that it's to justify it. And it's such a rare thing, such a rare combination of events that would happen together. But it's the whole reason they point that out is so that they can create consensus around placing more and more restrictions on your right to protest, because it works. Protesting works. It depends on the protesters. Shouldn't depend on the protesters. And January 6th in the US was not a protest. Not what they did. They could have stayed as a protest, but they didn't, So there's no. I think that we should, just like we talked about before about free speech, I think that protest, if we start falling for their rhetoric around protests, then we remove our own right to protest. Protests are placing other people at risk, like in that situation. Like I say, I think that that's a very isolated incident which is put a highlight on so that it creates that consensus to attack protest, to attack the right to protest. Same with the whole, you've got to get a license or whatever, get permission from the very people that you're protesting against in order to protest. It's a crazy concept. Right? Anyway, it shouldn't matter. Like I'll agree with, if someone else that I don't agree with wants to protest, I agree with their right to protest, because I don't want my right to protest removed. You don't know how many people in the mile-long queues were trying to get to the hospital and had no idea what was going on at the front. I don't know about the specific incident that you're talking about. I do remember hearing about something with the ambulances to the hospital, and we've had similar claims here in Australia with protests, and it's honestly, no one's going to be getting to the hospital if climate change takes us out. Honestly. We have to fight for your right to protest because it works, and you got to support people in their protest because they're telling you these things, these incidents. It's like the reactionary conservatives, and they'll pick out these small stories. So Trump did it at his speech to Congress the other day, where he had all these very, very emotional stories and people there that represent these very emotional stories. And some of them were things, murder and rape and horrible things like that had been committed by immigrants in the US. But in reality, there had only been 23 murders the entire time, for the entire year or something, by immigrants. And that most of the crime is committed by Americans, like native, born in America Americans, you know. When will it take us out, though? Do we have the technology to combat it yet? You're not up on the whole climate change things. Your eyes are still fixed on Ukraine. And that's fair too, you know. That's the thing. We get so spread thin because there's just so much. It's so overwhelming. Do we have the technology to combat it? Yeah, in some ways. But so the other day I read a story where they're saying that the toxins from brake pads is more dangerous than the exhaust coming from the car. Like, I don't know. And we're never going to be able to wipe out the use of fossil fuels completely. There's so many things that we use them for that beyond just fuel in our cars or whatever. And we, like, for example, we don't even know how to replace jet fuel. Yeah, there's no renewables version of jet fuel. All right, I'm going to quickly finish up here with the election because I would like to get on to play some games, starting to drag on a little bit here. So he goes on, Anthony Albanese, our Prime Minister, he goes on this podcast show, and they talk about preferential voting. Now, I'm not going to do much on this week, but I do want to show where I just talk about, like, where we do a real deep dive into preferential voting. This is what pissed me off. What was said in the video is not correct. So this is our Prime Minister, and he was sharing incorrect information about preferential voting. He should know how it works, but he knows his job is at risk, not necessarily to the opposition, not necessarily to the Conservative Liberal National Party, but more likely to the crossbench, to those independents and Greens. And I'm encouraging any Australians out there, you've got to get out there and vote for independent, Green, any third party, anything for the crossbench. Vote for a crossbench so that we can hold these guys to account. It is insane what's going on, and the way that they're trying to change the election laws so that it gives the uni party more power, right? This is the last chance. This election is our last chance to fight them, right? Now, of course, I think I can open this one in like a new window, new private window. Okay, but it's not showing there. So if I close this, will it show? Here we go. So the teals, now they might be teal, they might be pink, they might be orange. They're your independents. I'm encouraging Australians, even if you're not going to vote for them, go down, meet them on on Tuesday. I went down and to the launch of my local independence hub, which is sort of like their central area where they work from in my local area. And I went down and I was able to talk to her, but I didn't talk to her this time. But I did talk to the campaign manager so that I could find out where my local members stood on certain things, like our foreign policy, like where did she stand on the foreign policy, and on different things around that you might be interested. Go down and ask them if you're worried about how they'll preference regardless of your vote. If you're worried about which side of government they would preference in a minority government, ask them. Ask them. They represent your area, and this is why they represent as independents, because they're not uniform in their policies. Sure, they agree in things like climate change and, certain rights for people and things like that. Sure, that they have some left-wing ideals, but then you've got some that are, say, pro-Palestinian and some are pro-Israel. It all depends. They are independents. So you need to go and talk to yours, and they will be a product of their area, okay? And then you've got to think, no politician's perfect, but these guys, by having a strong crossbench, we can possibly hold the Uni Party to account, and we can possibly change some of those lobbying laws that they brought in just before the end of last year. It's mad to you that in Australia people are required to vote. You're talking about compulsory voting. And yeah, look, I used to be against it, but actually the more that I watch the US, where apathetic voters and stuff like that, if people had been forced to vote, perhaps Trump wouldn't be there. Perhaps, because we see the polls and everything, and they don't just poll voters, and he's dropping in popularity, and it seems that he maybe didn't have some of this popularity. Perhaps if people are forced to vote, then they will choose, right? It's not like 150 million Americans voted for him, right? It was like 70 million or something. Yeah, 75 million. So because they don't all vote, I'm sort of starting to lean more towards the compulsory voting. It forces people to engage a little bit, at least, and it is very few that fill out a donkey vote, which is just where you don't fill out anything properly, So by making people get out there. And we do it on the weekend. But by making people get out there, you also don't have any questions around, who's qualified to vote. So there was 4.7 million votes that were not included in the count for the last US election, because for whatever reason, those votes were disregarded. Now, if they had compulsory voting or something, everyone's vote would count. It wouldn't matter if you were a prisoner or not, if you came from a poor community or not, it wouldn't matter, because everybody has the right to vote. So if you didn't have a question over that right to vote, then all of those 4.7 million votes in America that weren't counted would have been counted. There would have been no question. All of those people had a right to vote. You believe that you should have the right to choose whether I should vote or not. Your ancestors fought and died to give you the choice. Otherwise, we'd be speaking German or I wouldn't be born. I vote if you believe in something. Don't get you wrong. Oh, sure. Like I said, I used to sort of be on the fence about it. These days, I'm more, as I see the results of what happened in America and stuff, I'm sort of leaning more towards that compulsory voting kind of knocks some of those things out, kind of takes some of those doubts away. Did they fight to give you the Did they fight and die to give you the choice, or did they fight and die to give you the right to vote? For women, we didn't have the right to vote, and for black people, we didn't have that right to vote for a long, long time. And so I guess it's something that we should be grateful for and use it, and there's always going to be something that you do believe in. You've just got to look. But I understand that it's hard to stay in contact with everything because they do try to overwhelm us all. Under German law, German-borns would have had the vote. Everyone would have had the vote? Was it sort of like a did German law have compulsory voting? Okay. Let's see. I'm now in a private window. Anyway. So I didn't want to read this necessarily. I just wanted to sort of say, you know, there is certainly a lean towards this. I wanted to encourage people to get out there and vote. There seems to be a shift in Australia. The popularity of the Uni Party is certainly dropping, and many more people are looking towards the independents and third parties to vote for this election. So I encourage people to get out there and do that. We will look closer at it in the future. I have various tools. Okay, yeah. Around like explaining preferential voting, that I want to show and perhaps share in the future. And things like, you know, you can practice how to vote, things like that. So, and I'll be playing also one of the Juice Media videos. We're going to do that in future, not tonight. But as the election draws closer, I want Australians to really, really understand how the electoral process works, how preferential voting works. Because there's a lot of misinformation out there. Apparently between the Teals and Labor, there's a lot of misinformation being around preferential voting, because Labor are very scared of losing more to the independents, which is ridiculous because the independents tend to win to the Liberals. Who is in power in Australia at the moment? The Conservatives. Okay, so technically, the left wing, the Labor Party, are not conservative, and so they're technically supposed to be centre left, but much like the Democrats, they're kind of centre right, and then the LNP, which is the Liberal National Party, are like extreme right. And in fact, they have the which we're going to look at one little story, because I want Australians to know this one. So there might be a jump scare in a second. Oh, no jump scare. We've just got Geordie explaining it. That's all right then. So, but I'll do the jump scare. Peter Dutton. So this is the guy that's, this guy is who's in charge of the Liberal Nationals. We don't want this guy to be our Prime Minister. Ex-cop, very dodgy, involved in some weird shit with some other cops. I don't know. Queensland cop, yeah, not great, dude. Let's try to avoid this guy becoming our Prime Minister, okay? Now, he's been caught up in some shit. Good. But can people manage to remember these things for more than a week, right? Everyone looks the same to you these days. We call this guy Spud, or Mr. Potato Head. Peter Dutton. Let's look at what he's been busted doing.
Have you ever wondered why Peter Dutton's so rich? Me too. I think it's because he's such a genius stock investor.
26 properties he owns.
Like, for instance, when Labor Prime Minister Kevin Rudd bailed out the big four banks to stop the economy from collapsing during the global financial crisis, the day before, Peter Dutton had the hunch, might be a good time to invest in the big four banks. The day before. And then look at the share prices of the big four banks. Whoa, what a pick. You know who was in a way better position to have this hunch? Kevin Rudd. After all, he was the guy that was organising the bailout. Didn't do it. The press instead tried to pretend that Kevin Rudd was corrupt over Utegate, which was the It was about him maybe, possibly using a second-hand ute.
What the fuck?
That's why he had to resign, which first off, it wasn't remotely true, and second off, even if it was, who the cares? Especially when you are talking about
I don't know about that.
a party that frequently gets elected 70% of the time with a track record like this, over and over again. Yeah, I'm just going to invest in this particular piece of land for no reason, and oh, what do you know, the government's going to build a rail line and gas pipe around it. Fuck, what a lucky pick. Hey, can we be on government decision bodies that affect our investments for no reason at all?
They do it over and over and over, and the Australian people forget every time. Every time they forget, right? Labor get in for 3 years, and then Australians forget. They listen to all this propaganda coming from the Liberal National Party, and they forget all of the corruption. Even though, look, they're both sides have got their issues, and I can tell you everyone feels quite betrayed by Labor at the moment. But these guys have literally said that they want to do Trumpian politics.
Oh, hey, I just so happened to pick a bunch of stocks from companies that were about to get fat government contracts. What do you know? What's infuriating to me, to no end, is that you have all these bozos online endlessly saying they're all corrupt, all
So Geordie's a bit of a he's a Labor stooge, so he's kind of not very. He's a great journalist though, but he sometimes a lot of the times he doesn't take criticism of Labor very well.
Politicians are corrupt. I've got the flying spaghetti monster argument of I have absolutely no evidence for it, but it sounds right to me. I'm such a genius. You can't find anything like this in the Albanese government. Anthony Albanese himself was infrastructure minister. If you wanted to hold a position where you could write some very dodgy contracts and get away with it, that'd be the department that you're gunning for. The most scandalous thing from the entire Albanese government has been that Anthony Albanese, shock horror, bought a house legally. That's not even that flash.
I think he's got a couple of houses.
They're all corrupt. I'm so smart. Everyone's a bastard. That's exactly how you get bastards elected, by not being able to distinguish who the bastards are.
And look, I encourage people, put the two majors at the bottom of your ballot, and then I want you to put independent or Greens or another third party at the top. Use the power of your preference, and then at the bottom, the two majors, the way that you want to put them. And your vote can't be wasted, right? If it ends up flowing all the way down to those majors, you put the one that you want first, in position 7 or whatever. You're a staunch royalist. Does that count as political? It does kind of in Australia. In Australia, it does. The Conservatives Party, the Liberal National, very, very royalist. But, all of Australia's kind of still royalist. We voted to keep the Queen. We literally voted a referendum to keep the Queen. So, but we don't really like it in our politics, but the Conservative Party do have it in their politics. And they, we had one politician a few years ago, and he started knighting politicians, giving them knighthoods and stuff. So that was a thing for a while. We generally don't go and do that sort of thing, but sometimes you get some Conservatives that are a little bit more, royalist than others. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking to skip all of that. I did want to play that thing about Musk, but there's no Musk story. Well, there is a Musk story actually. Okay, we're going to go into the more laid back stuff. This is not so laid back. I'm very sorry about this one. What is this? I need to open this in a not private browser, because we don't need ads. Oh, look, it's moved anyway. Okay. Dolly Parton. No politicians involved, full-on monarch rule. It's easier to get rid of one lunatic than it is to get rid of hundreds of the squabbling buggers. Okay, so you like to have a king or queen, but then what if the king is the lunatic, like in America? Yeah. Wait, enjoy with fewer ads. No thanks. Just go away, YouTube. All right. Yep, Dolly's husband died. Now, she was with him for like 60 years.
I really believe that was one of God's greatest gifts to give me, Carl Dean. We're best buds, and so we're just really very compatible.
And it's terrible to think that Dolly being sad, you know? So...
Dolly Parton's husband of nearly 60 years, Carl Dean, has died. He was 82 years old.
We have the greatest relationship because, first of all, we're best friends.
Dolly sharing the news on Instagram revealing he died on Monday in Nashville. And while she didn't disclose his cause of death, she wrote in part, "Carl and I spent many wonderful years together. Words can't do justice to the love we shared for over 60 years.
And he was just like a salesman or something. And he just would be in the background. No, you go and be a superstar. I'm just here selling carpet or something.
What is something about your relationship that would surprise us, Dolly?
Do you think we have a full-on revolution if the king is like Trump?
Different people, but we just work so well.
That's the thing. The French, I've seen some stuff. Apparently the French still like maintain their guillotines, yeah? Like just in case they need them. Yeah, he did have a good life, and he has a wonderful life.
He's kind of a loner, so he doesn't really like being with him.
I'm glad that she was in love. She deserves it. She's a lovely lady.
Anybody but me. We have a lot of love and respect for each other, and I think the key to all of it, we both have a crazy, warped sense of humor, so we have a lot of fun.
Well, that's
so
a beautiful
that helps
thing.
a lot. Yeah.
I heard y'all met at the wishy-washy laundry.
Well, we met at a laundromat. I would say it's been wishy-washy ever since. The way we met was just. It was too ironic. It was so unlike him because he's very backwards and bashful. It's not like him to pull over and start talking to a girl. And now that the older we are, the more we realize just how it was just meant to be.
2 years after 18-year-old Dolly and 21-year-old Carl met, they eloped in Georgia.
I've always tried to keep him out of the limelight as much as I can because that's what he said. I didn't choose this world. I chose
They were babies. And they stayed together. That's true soulmates.
And you chose that world. But we can keep our lives separate and together, and we do, and we have.
Yeah, throughout their marriage, Carl mostly kept out of the public eye.
He's too pretty. I'm afraid to let him out.
And Dolly only sharing the occasional throwback photo of her and her longtime love.
I love the old guy. He's the only one I've ever wanted and the only one I'll ever have, I'm sure.
He's an inspiration. Their relationship is an inspiration. You know? You have a French guillotine in Madame Tussauds of London. Oh, well, at least you've got one on hand if you need it. Another bad news one. What? Oh, my gosh. Okay, wait a minute. Let's try to... Is that seriously an ad for Tucker Carlson News Network? Are you serious? Wow, this is fun. Let's just keep refreshing till it actually takes us to the story and see what it tries to advertise. Water? No, I'm not going to keep going. I'm going to put it back onto my browser that has the ad block. Only a new private window. And that just wants to put it in a new tab.
Investigators in Mathew Perry's death case
in. Yeah, this
say the
one.
Friends star took
27
shots
shots
of ketamine in his final 3 days.
We blame the drug dealers.
The just dropped Peacock documentary.
Now, there's controversy over this one. I saw people saying that it's not really the people that gave it to him. He was an adult, you know. Since Trump got in office, a lot of things are going right, leaning on advertisements on YouTube as well as TV. I saw something else. What was it? I can't remember. But yeah, there's certainly a few things. Yeah, everything's going to go right. It's wild. And it's going to be a long time, like years before things even slightly go back the other way. I've been told this is the centre.
Mathew Perry,
sorry, there's a lot of controversy over this, yeah, as to whether he should be responsible or whether the people that gave it to him should be responsible, because he chose sort of this. 4 years, you reckon? No, maybe less, like you say, but I think that some of the changes are so destructive that it could take a long time. If we end up, what if there's a World War III over what this is, sort of, you know, butterfly effect of things, you know? He can't have another term. No, he can't, but he's trying to change that law. And we know that the Supreme Court backs him. So it depends on whether the Supreme Court backs the Constitution or the man that they owe for their job.
Hollywood tragedy pieces together a timeline of the actor's last hours alive. His live-in assistant, Kenneth, administered the final 3 doses.
Have you heard from the Perry family at all? No.
3 defendants, including Kenneth, are awaiting
27
sentencing.
shots of ketamine is a lot of ketamine. Elon Musk should know.
But on Tuesday, trials begin for the other 2 indicted. Dr. Placentia, a.k.a. Dr. P.
27 shots
guilty,
over 3
with
days.
The so-called ketamine queen, who cops say sold Mathew the lethal batch.
The ketamine queen, Jasmine Sangha, is looking at a potential life sentence.
He was always trying to give to other people.
Mathew's TV mom, Morgan Fairchild, was the only Friends star to appear. But why didn't we see Jennifer, Courtney, Lisa, Matt, and David?
Who's responsible? Is it the people that gave it to him, or is it Mathew Perry for making the choice as an adult?
The producers say, quote, they were reluctant to go on at this point. We understand their decision.
When we see each other, it's a very heartwarming thing.
And there's an update on charges in Liam Payne's death. As Argentina prosecutors reveal, his blood alcohol level was nearly lethal, and he was high on cocaine when he was unconscious and fell from a 3rd-floor balcony.
I'm trying to get more
Payne
into my liquors.
0.27. That's nearly 4 times the legal limit and just shy of official alcohol poisoning. Charges against Liam's friend Roger Norez were dropped.
There's no way any charge is going to hold.
Well, Real Housewife of Potomac Karen Huger just got the maximum sentence in her wild DUI crash.
I'm lit. Yes, you are lit.
I am Thomas Justice's concubine.
I'm so grateful no one else was hurt.
She was facing 2 years in state prison, but the judge decided to suspend one of those years.
Today, the 61-year-old was taken into custody last year. She drunkenly crashed her Maserati into multiple street signs.
This was her 4th DUI. That's why she got the jail time that she received.
I've always
fourth DUI.
Who I was.
Wow. That's, yeah, okay.
Hold up. Did I just get paid overnight while I slept?
I don't know. I don't care. Did you? All right. Liam Payne was a twit, but now he's dead. People think he was some kind of saint. Isn't that always the way? Don't speak ill of the dead. I don't know much about Liam Payne. I wasn't a big fan of whatever band it was. See, I don't even know the band. One Direction, I think. That's probably because that's the only band that I'm aware of. So, okay, we're going to move into a couple of good news stories. This is the first of the good news stories. In fact, one of them is more, we're going to laugh at Elon. So this one is Israeli-Palestinian film won an Oscar for Best Documentary, which is pretty cool.
The Oscar goes to...
It's called No Other Land, so I'm keen to find it. I personally didn't know about this documentary. And Hassan Piker had them on, so I believe that there's probably a video of it online because he had them on his show and interviewed them just before the Oscars.
Academy for the award. It's such a big honor for the four of us, and everybody supported us for this documentary. About 2 months ago, I became a father, and my hope to my daughter that she will not have to live the same life I'm living now, always fearing settlers' violence, home demolitions, and forest spill displacements that my community, Masafir Yatta, is living and facing every day under the Israeli occupation. No other land reflect the harsh reality that we have been enduring for decades, as we call on the world to take serious actions to stop the injustice and to stop the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people.
We made this film, Palestinians and Israelis, because together our voices are stronger. We see each other. The atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end. The Israeli hostages brutally taken in the crime of October 7th, which must be freed. When I look at Bassel, I see my brother, but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Bassel is under military laws that destroy his life and he cannot control. There is a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. And I have to say, as I am here, the foreign policy in this country is helping to block this path. And can't you see that we are intertwined? That my people can be truly safe if Bassel's people are truly free and safe. There is another way. It's not too late for life, for the living. There is no other way. Thank you.
Wow, that's awesome. What an awesome highlight for the whole issue and situation for just average people to see. All right, this is where we're laughing at Elon. This is new news. Oh my God, I'm just going to close it. And then, because my normal browser has the ad block on it. All right, let's see. Doesn't look like it wants to show this browser now. Wow. Yeah, it was a great speech, wasn't it? I just like that when there's like things like that like normies would be watching, and maybe they've tried not to pay attention, or perhaps they've been, you know, they're guided by the mainstream narrative. And I like to see, like especially Israelis speak about it, and things like that. There was some stuff from some of the families of Israeli hostages that talked about they didn't like how Hamas paraded the hostages when they returned them, but also how Israel was using them as a kind of propaganda around and how he was extending the war but still using the hostages as a kind of selling point to justify that war, and they weren't happy about that and they didn't want that, you know. And so I think it's really important for everyday people that don't normally see that sort of thing, and maybe disengage from that sort of information, to see that people on both sides don't like what's happening. It shows what they can do as people if they work together. No chance in hell it's ever going to happen, though. Too much hatred there. Oh, look, it's just so sad. Like, it's just such a dreadful situation that's been created and then just perpetuated over years and over decades, you know, and I don't know. There was an end, I guess, to apartheid in South Africa. We can only hope that there will one day be an ending to the conflict in Israel and Palestine, you know, a solution there. I don't know, as something that needs to happen, that allows everybody to be free there and be happy and not feel fear and threatened by the other. Okay. We have talked about Israel a lot in the past, so and I do try to sort of stick to more humanizing stories. But I was very happy that won, so that gave us an opportunity to have a look at that sort of situation. There hasn't been much on that front other than we saw earlier that US and Israel have turned down the plan from the Arab countries. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see how that progresses. The ceasefire still seems to be holding at the moment, so until there's more news than that, we won't be looking too much deeper into Israel until we sort of get a bit more movement in that area. Hopefully something. I think that the Arab plan sounded pretty cool. It was at least an attempt to come up with something. But, all right, Elon. He's bloody crashed his ship. I don't know. Let's see it exploded. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, this is going to be onboard footage.
Vehicle pitching that range.
I mean, this is such a cool thing. I just wish he wasn't involved in it. And you know, it's like it's NASA. It's paid for by the people. In the end,
what an incredible
that is so cool
to see these super heavy booster
Raptors, especially those 3 inner ones, one of which we're going to hopefully relight a little bit later.
And the achievements are his engineers.
And we just saw some.
It's just so disappointing that this asshole is the one sort of in charge of it, I guess, you know. The ceasefire is holding. Israel just went into the West Bank with tanks for the first time in 20 years. When I talk about ceasefire, I'm just talking about Gaza. I've spoken about it before on my streams. That they have just been pummeling the West Bank. That they go into Jenin. That they had a bit of a go in Syria. There, I'd imagine they're probably still having a bit of a go in Syria. And also, you know, up in the Golan Heights and stuff. And Lebanon, they had like a ceasefire thing happening with Lebanon and they just kept pummeling it as well. Like, they just don't stop. No, I'm talking about the specific ceasefire between them and between Israel and Hamas. I think it's sort of still holding. I don't know, because Hamas said that they weren't. I don't know. There was something that went down recently, but I haven't heard about it starting again in Gaza specifically. But of course, they just turned around as soon as that ceasefire happened, and got established in Gaza. They just turned around and started bombing the West Bank and Golan Heights and stuff. This is incredible footage.
It looks like we are losing attitude control of the ship.
Oh, wow.
Can confirm we did lose contact with the ship. Unfortunately, this happened last time too, so we've got some practice at this now. We've got a lot of measures in place, like debris response areas where we coordinate very closely with air traffic control. We have a lot of measures put before we ever launch a rocket to make sure that we're keeping the public safe. Those worked last time, and they're actively in work right now.
So, yeah, it was 2 months ago that another one of the rockets exploded. You know, like, it's all very admirable. I think it's a really cool thing. Unfortunately, it's a little bit environmentally unfriendly, all this stuff. But I do think it's very cool. Like, science is cool, space is cool. And what his engineers managed to achieve is so totally cool, you know?
If it matters to you,
Wow.
it matters.
Getting past the... So this is his spaceship. Oh. As long as this doesn't happen when they get those astronauts that have been stuck up in the ISS, because he was like, I could have got them, like, and he bullshitted around it. And had a fight with an astronaut about it and stuff. But, like, I just hope that none of this is gonna happen. when those astronauts are retrieved. Imagine spending all that time up there and only to not make it back. I think they're coming back in the Dragon capsule or something. What a wind there. You think that they're just big toys for him to blow up, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, humanity's destiny is to go back to space, but I just think he's playing with big toys. Oh, for Elon. For Elon, yeah. I don't know, I believe that originally he had... I do believe that originally he had, like, good visions. I don't know, like... I just remember this interview that he did with 60 Minutes Australia. And he was crying because old people had to choose between a decent meal and having their fan on, right? And he came down here and he built a big battery setup, and now South Australia is energy. It's energy. It's cool. It doesn't switch off during the heat waves and stuff, right? And I do think that he genuinely wanted to go to Mars. Maybe he wanted to go there for business interests and the resources that he could get and for his environmental sort of idea that he had originally. But now that he's on the right-wing grift, this is all just him getting richer. I don't know how, like, actual smart he is. Like, from all reports, he's pretty average. And so, like, him understanding that the only way that it would be viable to go back to Mars is if there was an actual commercial, like, reason for it. No one's going to invest in science this way anymore. You know, like, even NASA, they're like, people don't just invest in science. There has to be something that comes out of it. Last story before I break, before I go on and play a couple of Fortnite things to end the stream. This is our good news story, other than that, laughing at Elon. But I'm not really laughing at Elon. I like I say, I want SpaceX to kind of succeed, but at the same time, it is kind of like a big toy for him, and there's the environmental impact and the realistic sort of impact of what it achieves in a time when we've got kind of, I guess, climate change is a bigger priority and things like that at the moment, and inequality and stuff like that are a bigger thing, and this is something that uses a lot of money, you know. He's done a lot of good. You think he might be losing the plot. They say genius goes hand in hand with madness. Yeah, I'm just not so sure he's a genius either, though. But, like... Oh, we should watch this now that we're talking about Muskie.
Critical of Elon Musk.
And then we'll watch the last story, our good news story. This UFC fighter could even see that Musk is problematic. This is for the alpha males out there, yeah, that think that to be an alpha male, to be a real man, you have to be a right-wing asshole. but you don't. You don't have to. You can still be brolic and still have a brain.
You've been critical of Elon Musk. How do you feel about his involvement with the Doge?
Well, I think that time will prove me correct. Time will always reveal someone's true character, and if you put that man in a position of power, his true character will be revealed. And let's just put it this way. He has all the money in this country. He's the wealthiest man in the country, and he wasted on rockets, man. Think about it.
See, this is an interesting point too.
Dude, he could actually help people with that money, but he don't give a about you. He's got all the money in the world to help you. It'd be a penny to him, and you would never have to work again. He don't give a about you, though. He wants to waste it on rockets and waste it on all these cars that suck. And
cars that suck.
Time will reveal the character of that man. And the more he gets under the spotlight, you can't fake it forever. His character will be revealed, and you mark my words, it will be seen that he is a rat bastard. And,
a rat bastard.
You know, if I had all that money, I would like to think I would help people more than him.
Yeah, basically what you just said. Yeah, exactly. But I think more brolic men need to speak up, you know, on the left. So that men can feel secure in being left wing. Anyway, this one. The little mouses. I'm not going to read the story. I just really wanted to show the picture because I thought they were really cute. But at the same time, like, people did not like it when they were reading it. The comments were quite like, stop right now. They are very cute, but now stop. Like, things like there's no environment in which to, you know, sustain a mammoth. And you know that it's unethical to do this. I just thought the mice were cute, but let's have the question. We've got to meme the question. 100 mice-sized mammoth or 1 mammoth-sized mouse? Yeah, we've got to meme the question. A mammoth-sized mouse, but then it's got this like big. That might be a bit scary. Maybe little woolly mammoths. 100 woolly mammoths. Would that be all right? That'd probably be okay. 100 mouse-sized mammoths. Yeah, very cute. I thought they were cute. That's our last story. They were genetically modified mice to have traits geared towards cold tolerance in a step towards modifying elephants, because obviously they're going to like mix elephants with the mammoths to make a mammoth. So yeah, so they've made a new species, the woolly mouse. You go with 1 mammoth-sized mouse and then parachute it directly to the White House. Preferably holding the Union Jack. So, yeah, that happened. I don't really want to read the story because it's too long. I just wanted to look at the cute little mouses. That's so cute. It's so fluffy. But yeah, they got some mammoth genes and stuck it in the mouse and made mammoth mouse. All right. I'm going to put the pause screen on. I've got to go and make myself a drink. And then I'm going to come back and play. I've got 2 Fortnite Save the World. They're not very high ones. 2 Fortnite Save the World missions. And then depending on what time it is, I might play a ranked match or 2, camp in ranked. But yeah, I guess I can come and play this. But that's it for the news this fortnight. The news this fortnight, really. Since I wasn't here last time. So let's put the pause on And I'll be right back. I'll just go and get a drink, maybe a snack. I'm a little hungry. I don't know why. I think just because I had like a Happy Meal yesterday and that's it. All right. I shall be back soon. used to this. All right. So here's a question. Would I rather have one mammoth or the saber-tooth tiger? Saber-tooth tiger that they found. I think the mammoth would be cute. I think the mammoth would be cool. I like the idea of the mammoth, not a tiger. We don't need bigger tigers, do we? But we have... I know that we're low on tigers. But, you know, we're very low on saber-toothed tigers, so I guess that's kind of not really relevant to the discussion. But I would choose, I think the mammoths. I think mammoths are probably cool. I think mammoths are probably like in the ice, in you know, the movie Ice Age. Like, I think they'd be like that. Like an elephant. I don't think that they'd be mean at all. The saber-tooth might be more adaptable to modern day. Why? 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 Explain. Explain your theory. This is not it. Where is it? Okay, we may have to go in and out a couple of times because it fucks up with the team fill. Oh. Existing sessions. Oh. Yay. Oh, I haven't turned off the mic. There we go. Just because it's a big cat. And we've still got a lot of big cats, but we don't have any hairy elephants. And the elephants that we do have, I don't think that there's a lot of them either. May not adapt to the climate as well. What, a cat? The big cat? I don't know. Cats like... Oh, or the mammoth. The mammoth. Yeah, because cats seem to like hot weather, man. We've had all these heat waves, and my cats don't want to hang out where the air conditioning is. They're like, give me more heat. They literally like hang out in the hottest parts of the house. What's going on here? Has it been started? What? I'm stuck between two spots. They're not using the right weapon. Your cats just loiter. The mammoth wouldn't do good in climate? Yeah, because it's more cold weather, isn't it? What? Oh. I don't know, cats are weird. I don't understand how cats can put up with hot weather with all that fur that they have. They do live in the jungle and desert areas, so it makes sense. Mammoths need it to be cold, yeah? Because they like lived in like cold places. And I don't think there's going to be much cold left as the years go on. Don't they say we're currently still in an ice age? At the end of an ice age? Oh. Knowing scientists, they'll probably crossbreed and clone a saber mammoth or something crazy. That's the thing. We can make laws around it. Like, I believe they made like laws around cloning, but you never know. Some scientists on some like isolated island somewhere, sort of like Jurassic Park type thing. I brought up Jurassic Park because I'm rewatching it all at the moment. But yeah, you know, just someone just can have like an island in the middle of nowhere and just hire some crazy scientist to do crazy shit like that. Like clone a human or yeah, cross a mammoth with a saber-toothed tiger. I mean, they crossed a mammoth with a mouse, so why not? Is that it? Is it over? Oh wow, we got in on really easy match. Or an Elon Musk type going off the rails, having the money to fund such a naughty idea. Exactly. Yeah, just some private, really rich person that just goes and buys a little island somewhere. They only cost a couple of million sometimes. If you've ever watched those island buying shows. And, you know, some super rich person like him or him, yeah, go and buy an island and set up some scientists with their crazy ideas. There's nothing to stop that from happening, is there? And it's certainly true, the richer that you are, the more you can do whatever you want, isn't it? All right, well, that was super easy. I'm going to leave the other match and I'm going to play a ranked. Might be actually too late for ranked. I hope not. But yeah, I have been watching Jurassic Park recently. I'd sort of watched a few of them, obviously, as they came out over the years, but then I didn't watch sort of newer ones. I was like, just recently I decided I'm going to do a sort of a marathon, so not every night, but almost every night I'm going to try and watch one of the movies. So I've downloaded the watch order. And I'm not going to watch the TV show. That's not on the plan. But I want to watch all the movies. And let's see. Is there anything interesting here in the shop? What is that? Shuffle bundle. Okay. Who's this guy? Spider Gamers Locker bundle. I don't have any of those. I don't want those things. Okay. Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas. Wow. Okay. I don't think there's anything here of interest to me today. Oh yeah, this came out for people that are interested in the Cowboy Bebop, and controversial opinion, I really liked the show. The live action show, and I would like more, but because no one liked it and everybody dissed on it, they're not making another one. Miku's new pack of this came out. I don't know if I'll get it, maybe, if I'm forced to need V-Bucks at some point. Alright, let's see if it's going to let me do one ranked. Y'all can see I have ranked up to Gold 2. So, and I killed I killed 2 sweats. They were real sweats, real sweats. I didn't win the match, but I killed 2 sweats. So that's a win in my book. So yeah, that was pretty cool. The first Jurassic Park was really good. You've not seen any of the others. The second one's really good too. I hear the others are like, you don't have to watch them. Like, they're not that great. But I never got to watch. It's same with Jumanji. There's ones that have come out since then and I haven't seen the newer ones. So I'm like, I'm going to rewatch from the very beginning. But it was based on a book, Jurassic Park. And it's really, yeah, it's very good. I like the science behind it, the science idea behind it. Let's hope I'll get in. I waited 10 minutes last night to get into a match and it never came about. So let's just cross our fingers that something will happen. What can I talk about? I could talk about my week. I've been swimming a lot. And the sauna, going into the sauna. And in the sauna, there was a guy who was talking to another guy. And he was like a big buff dude. And he was complaining about DEI. And this Indigenous person who got a job. And I was there sitting there reading my Guardian weekly, and I swear, because they know, like, the people see what I'm reading, like, and they know that I'm like reading political news in the sauna. And I think that maybe one of the headlines or something might have triggered him at one stage. Anyway, and so he's been like waiting to kind of talk this way around me, I think. And so he was talking to this other guy about this Indigenous fella that got a job and how that meant that his friend, all his hopes and dreams were dashed because this Indigenous guy who had equal qualifications, he made sure to say, you know, they both had equal qualifications, they both qualified, but the Indigenous guy got the job because of DEI. And he was like, and his friends' hopes and dreams were all dashed. And I was like, in my head, I didn't say anything, but in my head I was like, well, if the Indigenous guy didn't get the job, or say a woman didn't get their job, wouldn't that also mean their hopes and dreams would be dashed? Like, so I just felt like he was trying to trigger me, and he succeeded, but I didn't say anything. So he didn't know that he triggered me, I guess. You know, I got offended, and his speech should be limited. No. Not at all. I think he can talk about those things in the political sense. The way he was talking about it was, I guess, fine. It just disappeared. It disappoints me because he was like a big brolic dude, and we live in a military town, so, you know, potentially he might have been, you know, a lot of military go to the sauna. And I just don't see why he needs to feel, well, so insecure, frankly. You know, he had a lot going for him. I'm sure his friend will be fine. Anyway, what can you do? What can you do? You're not easily triggered these days. I do. I get triggered. Jacuzzi beats the sauna. Oh, the jacuzzi, which we call just the spa, yeah. We don't use fancy names like that here. But the jacuzzi is out of action at the moment. The pump's turned off, and then it changed sort of a cloudy colour, and they seem to have got rid of the cloudy colour though recently. But yeah, it's closed. We're not allowed to use the spa at the moment. The sauna's open. I go and I do like 100 meters in the pool, and then I get in the sauna, take my magazine in so that I've got something to kind of distract me from the heat a bit, so I stay a bit longer. And then I get out and I go back in the pool and do another 100. And I do that until I've done about at least a minimum of 300, maybe 400 in the pool. And I just keep swapping back in, do like 15 minutes in the sauna. And when the spa's there, well, sometimes I chuck that into it as well. But that's kind of can be a bit weird, the spa, because like you're soaking in the spa with all these strangers. So while a jacuzzi can be great, private jacuzzi is probably ideal. How can I handle the heat of the sauna in Australia, especially in the heat wave? Like we had a heat wave and I was going in the sauna because the sauna is hotter than the outside. Like the sauna is set at like 85 degrees. So like technically it's hotter, right? Than the outside. And that's okay because like you get out and then it's cooler outside. Plus, like I said, I intersperse between the sauna. I go between the two, the sauna and the pool. Sauna, the pool. New idea for science. Real drop bears. What are you talking about? They are real. Wait, what's that thing? I don't need thermite. I don't know what that does. But yeah, no, that's the thing, like, because I would be going over to the pool during the heat waves, like it would be 38, 39 degrees. And I'd go in the pool and I'd be nice and cooled down, and then I'd go, oh, well, actually, I will go in the sauna. And I thought, too, that it would be too much because it's hot, you know, but it didn't really matter because it's just like going in the sauna anyway, I guess. Like, it's not like the sauna is hotter, if that makes sense, because you're hot outside. Like the sauna is still 80 degrees, whether it's winter or summer. And I just come out and just go back in the pool. And I make sure that I do the pool. I make sure I do the pool last as well, so that I come out and I'm cooled down. Like I make sure I go, because I go to the pool in the first place to get to cool down. So I make sure that I leave cool as well. It's not that it's hotter, it's the humidity of it. But it wouldn't be any different, would it? I don't know, we live in a pretty dry area during the summer where I am here. You love the jacuzzi because your weather is usually bad, but the sauna just feels like humid heat. You can't tolerate it. Yeah, no, I really like the sauna. I thought that I would like the jacuzzi better too, but I actually really enjoy the sauna. It's great for your sleep, great for your skin. I come home like quite exhausted and stuff after it, but yeah, I get really good sleep. Okay, I'm gonna have to slide down here or something. Oh dear. Maybe up here? Ideally, I like to get on that bouncy up there, but... Oh no! It's sliding down the hill. Why am I not getting any more? Okay. Oh, a sniper could be useful. Maybe instead of this, because I fail with that. Oh, wait a minute. I'll do that instead. Actually, let's put that there. Put sniper there. When you went to America, in Florida the heat was nice. In California it was humid and sticky. Yeah, it's humid in Queensland. Down south it gets really hot, but it's not as humid. So like dry heat, and the difference is amazing. So I lived in Queensland and it would be intolerable at like 34 degrees. You'd be like, oh my god, you wouldn't be able to do anything. The heat, the humidity, all of that, it would just take you out. And then when I moved down here to Victoria, it was just so different. It was just it would get quite hot, but 34 is a lovely day here. It's a nice day. And like I could take it or leave it to go to the pool, for example, because it's okay. That 34 degrees is fine. When it gets to 42 and stuff, it's hot. It's like really hot, but it's not humid, so it's still tolerable. It's hard to explain. But I do go to the pool when that happens, when it gets up there. Oh, I don't know. I feel like I want that. The weather in New South Wales is, it depends, like it's humid up north of New South Wales and then a bit cooler as you get towards Sydney. Can be quite cool in winter. Big country, even can be different even just within one state. Mind you, I was hearing about that in California when they had their fires. There was also like snow on the hills and stuff. Oh my, getting some real laggy stuff happening. Alright, 15 people left. Hey. All I have to do is deal a bit of damage, and that should solidify going up a little bit. Got relatives just outside Sydney. I mean, it can get really hot inland. See, it also, you know, outback and coastal. Newcastle, yeah. That'd be pretty in between there, probably. Never really lived there. Lived in Sydney. And when I went back to visit in Sydney, I experienced that it was like in winter. I felt like the chill in the air like I'd never noticed before when I was younger. During the winter. I mean, it gets hot, but I don't think it's nothing like Queensland. Queensland's just shocking. Oh, I don't know. That one there. We'll take that. Alright. Oh, but that's right. That thing takes ages to shoot or something. Oh. I'm so confused as to what I should keep. Newcastle's got beach stuff, so that's pretty nice as well. But you go inland and you get that dry heat and stuff. It can get quite hot, but also get really cold. So weird. Desert is weird place. I see some gunfire. Huh. Oh my. Do I not have a bar shooter anymore? No, I put it down. Okay. I see, I see. All I need to do is deal some damage. Oh, okay, I have to move. Oops. I thought I was a bit closer to the ground than that. Let's use this up. Okay. Whoa. Oh, someone's shooting at me. All I have to do is just... No! I'm gonna kill myself! That was so embarrassing. Let's see if I manage to go up. Yay! Did I even deal damage? I'm gonna do one more. You've never played Fortnite? That's rare. He got the drop on me. That was so bad. Oh, mate. I don't normally fall from heights. That's normally my son's thing. Goodness me. Alright, I'm going to play one more and then I'm going to end it, I guess. Yeah. What else? What else did I do the last 2 weeks that I've been away? I think that I'd already done my responsible service of alcohol course last time, but I did my first aid course and I'm going to do it again in about 2 weeks. Which is good. I've already got the qualification, but I kind of want to do it again because I'm not confident. I'm never confident. As much as they teach you the stuff that you only get to sort of do it in one day, and then I'm like, what if something happens and I'm scared to implement the skills that they've taught me because they only spend the day with you. And so doing it a few times, like I did one with my gardening group, I did one recently, and having done the one with my gardening group was actually really good because it helped me with the one that I did recently as well, like how to use a defibrillator and do CPR. I'd already done that, so I was kind of ahead of the game. And this time I'm going to do the whole course again, which I just did recently. So I'm going to have that extra kind of confidence behind it. And that might give me a little extra confidence to actually utilize these skills if I ever need to. If something happens, it's only then you'll know how you react. It's a good skill to have just in case. Absolutely. And I've been in a few situations which I've faced, like the freeze, like where you freeze up. And so I feel like that's kind of going to be my reaction when something happens and I panic. I have that panic aspect, but the more I do the course, like I say, the more confident I'm getting in the skills. And also I've had some other situations where I wasn't so much like just a the bystander effect where people don't do anything, where I was the person that did things, not in a first aid capacity though. More in a just it shocked everybody sort of thing, and I was the person that acted. So I'm hoping that maybe because I've had more of those experiences that I might be more able to shake off the shock or that freezing that I experienced when I was younger, I guess. But yeah, it's good to have the skills no matter which way you react, just in case you're able to react the right way, right? At least then I'll have the skills. Okay, well that was good. Now I might. And I'm going to do some other things like barista. And I bought my uniform yesterday. So this is just a course, but I had to have a uniform for the course. So, and we're going to meet like employers after. Potential employers after. So, I'm pretty excited, actually. I'm keen. I would like to do bar work. I don't want to work with food or anything. But I could be keen on bar work. I trained to do bar when I was younger. But then, you know, life got in the way and I sort of dropped out from that. And but it is something I'm kind of interested in. I'm not witty enough though. You got to be pretty witty. You got to be pretty like able to bite back and stuff. I don't know. It's all good. I'd like to do it. I'm not a drinker myself, but I enjoy the recipe making of cocktails and things. But they've kind of taken that part out of the whole bar game these days, with mixed drinks already being, you know, like pre-mades. So even that is kind of, you don't even get to do the cocktail thing as much anymore. Yeah, I had to have a uniform. I don't like uniforms, but yeah. And then I tried to get like fancy shoes, but they said you're not allowed to have those shoes, because when I was young and worked in a bar, you could wear whatever, you know. They'd like you to wear like to get all dressed up. Used to dress up like I was going out to dinner or something. And these days it's like, no, you have to have, like they wanted me to wear runners. Like, those aren't good. So I got like some non-slip shoes. At least did that. But I did I'd originally like put aside these, like, they weren't high heeled. They were, but they were high. And they were cool boots. They were like, no. And they had great buckles. And they were like, no. You can't wear those. So, boring ones I got. But I got some nice business pants with flares and some nice shaped shirt. But yeah, I was kind of like pretty shocked to read. Like, I organised this whole thing. Yeah, I'm going to go do this course, and I'm reading all about it. And next thing I read, oh, you've got to have this uniform. And it's got to be clean every day. You got to wash it every day. I'm like, shit. So I had to do that. When you were young, bar people wore black uniforms, or at least dark clothing. Well, yeah, that's what you got to wear. You got to wear dark, black clothes, basically. No, when I was young, I just wore like high heels and like black pants, but I'd always like wear a groovy shirt or something, you know? But these days, no. It's just all black. Just wear all black. So, and it's got to have like, have a collar. You got to have a collared shirt. Where am I going? This way. Yeah, some boots. The boots had buckles. They were like, they weren't high heel, but they were kind of high heels. Oh my gosh, I've got to, like, I'm in ranked and I have to deal with this first time chatter. Why did not the bot deal with that? Moderate. Warn. And delete. There we go. Ties. At least I don't think for the women. But they might for men. I guess I'll find out. But the barista part, that should be cool because we actually get to make coffees and stuff. We're going to do food handling, but I don't want to do food. I don't want to sell food or cook or prepare food or kitchen hand or any of that. I can always joke the guy a bit triggers me with a tie. You know, like, that's the thing. There's going to be someone there that's like, I think Dutton's awesome. I think he's the future of Australia. I think Trump's great and Musk is a genius. People truly believe that in Australia too. Okay, this isn't great. I don't really want to get in this battle. I'm in ranked. The idea is to stay alive for as long as possible. I don't know. We had some really good trainers though. So I hope that these training people are good too. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm definitely gonna die now. Oh my. This is not well planned at all. Oh my. I have to get away. No! It is worldwide. G'day, Lyndon. How are ya? Yes, it is worldwide. We have a politician that likes to sort of play with that reactionary side of politics, and he has basically said that he wants to do what Trump's done. He's installed a minister, like a Doge minister. He's not like in charge of the government at the moment. Like, we're about to have an election, and so these are kind of like the policies that he's putting forward to everyone. So yeah, and so he's like introduced a Doge minister, and just the same crap. Yeah, and there's plenty of people that are falling for the whole, you know, insecure incel thing. Was that redundant? Is incel, does that stand for like insecure or something? But I'm just hoping that, like, there's also a lot of stats, whatever you want to call it, polls, which are suggesting that that Australians aren't attracted to the Trump thing. Like, we're pretty pissed off about how he treats his allies, and that's made us pretty uncertain. And so I'm hoping that that is enough of the population. So while there is a lot of the population that do have fallen for the Trumpisms and stuff, there are a lot of us that are uncertain too and want that want the security independence. And I think that that's something that even sort of pro-Trumpians kind of want. It's not that they're pro-Trump, but like, because it's got that patriot value to it, that they're kind of like, yeah, we need to be, you know, independent, sovereign wise and independent security wise. Even if they're like overreacting about China or something, at least that's what brings them to the idea of having it, not depending on the US for protection and having our own security, being able to control our own security. I don't know. It's pretty scary. One minute I think we're about to go to war, like, and there's going to be like a world war within a week, and then it all sort of calms down. Like I said at the beginning of the show, they go for overwhelming you. It's all about overwhelming us. And then you can't fight back, and maybe then you'll lose interest and become apathetic. And once everyone's apathetic or overwhelmed, then it's easier for the billionaires and politicians to do whatever they like. Because there's no one watching them, no one stopping them, no one protesting. I don't know, that they had that he did that speech in Congress, and it was so good. Al Green stood up. He's like, I don't know, I've heard about him before, but I don't know much about him. But he stood up and sort of expressed dissent. So he did some words of protest, which were excellent. And he kept going, and it was like, excellent, that's really good. And then he just left. He left without fighting, and I think he should have like stood his ground and let them drag him out, because that would have been quite a spectacle, because he's an old fella and he's a representative. And so it would have been quite the spectacle. It would have shown that they were willing to do that, to voice the protest. But then when he left, I reckon a second Democratic representative should have stood up and done the same. Should have started screaming out and, you know, saying lies, whatever they want to say, you know, save the veterans, or whatever it is that they want to say. And then once that person gets dragged out, the next one stands up. Not all together, one at a time, and just filibuster it. That's what they should have done. All right, I know I said that the last game was going to be it, but like, I wasn't happy with that match. I'm not going to win, but I just wasn't happy with that match. But this one's going to be the last match. And yeah, watchers, if you're playing Fortnite, put Lyndon SG in the shop. That's my shop code, not my shop code. That's the shop code that I use. That's what's in my shop code. That's our wonderful visitor here, Lyndon. His shop code it is. And that's the one I'm using at the moment. I bought a lot of things, but I hope that you're going to get a payout one day soon. That was all very Star Warsy. Star Wars entrance. All right, yes, I am starting to get tired, so I'll definitely have to make this my last match. I don't know. Maybe that? What else did I do? I joined the Renters and Housing Union. I joined a union. You know, I've talked before about unions. Join your union. Well, I will join when I get my job. I will join the relevant union. But I suffer from extreme housing. I have an extreme housing instability issue. Though I have been stable for a long time, but my house is sort of not in a great condition. Like the roof leaks, and I've had poor housing in the past. So I do suffer from like a housing issue, and I haven't had any support behind me in the past. And so for Australians, it's called RAHU, the Renters and Housing Union. And they do like protests, or they assist each other, give advice when members have problems. They're looking to knock down like 44 public housing towers, and these people are helping to advocate for the renters that are going to be affected by that sort of thing. So if there's anything like that, I suggest people like... This one's national, so if you're Australian, anyone can join it. But if you're from another country, I don't know, I'd be checking it out. See if there's anything like that. If you're a renter, can't join if you're a landlord, but you can join as a helper, like a supporter if you own a house, but you can't if you're a landlord. You know, so look around for things like that. I remember back during Occupy, they used to have like, and that's back 2012, but I know that there were like sort of permanent little organisations that got set up as a result of it, and I know that one of them was around housing support. So people should check out locally and see if there are like advocacy agencies, because it can help. It can help you to feel more secure, or at least have advice, or have someone that can join with you if things go south, you know? But yeah, I felt really good when I joined. Had to pay a little fee, but I didn't mind. It made me feel good to be involved in, to get involved in something that I believe quite strongly in, but also that will give me some advocacy in the future if I need it. Like, for example, over this leaking roof. If my landlord really just does not want to fix it, then, you know, I may need to become a little bit more assertive with my rights. But every time I've got assertive in the past with my rights, I've ended up homeless. So, yeah, they do hold all the power. Oh my, okay. I still haven't figured out where the medic is. All I know is that she's not down there. I need to do a bit of research. Assertive with my rights, be assertive with my lefts too. Yes, well, that's what I guess I was trying to do. And when you're assertive with your lefts, you end up homeless. But, you know, that's why I joined the union, because my lefts can then help me. They can come and advocate for me or stand up in a protest with me if I need. Make a video about me. Oh. I don't know. We need solutions. We've got like I was saying earlier when we were looking at the cyclone that's hitting Queensland and Lismore, it's come in and around Lismore and all of that. Lismore just had floods a year ago, like biggest floods that they'd had for like 50 years or something, wiped them out. It's people that have moved back into houses that were in the flood zone and now they're all being struck again. Oh, I didn't need to do that. That was not the plan, but I did anyway. Oh my. I'm being hit again. Oh my. Where is it coming from? Not the best builder. Oh my. Where am I being hit by it from? My goodness. Now I'm panicking, see? I wish that it worked. They've turned off my aim assist. Makes me sad. Right, I need to make an escape. Okay. It seems like I managed to get away. Oh my, is this still shooting at me? What is that? That is... No. All right. Oh wow. You keep the chug jug? Okay. It's coming for me. I wonder if he killed the person that was after me. No aim assist at all. It's shocking. there. Maybe that just scared him a little. Make an exit. Yes, be warned, no one comes here to watch great gameplay here. This is like, I poke the bear and then I run. Hey, there's somebody in here. Oh, I can't buy him though. Might talk to him. Start a heist? I've started a heist. I have no idea. Oh, wonder where this will take me. Hopefully not into the storm. Okay, no. Good. Okay. Alright, and I think I'll take this med mist. Alright. That kill and the fact that I'm fifth should crack to gold 3. So I'm pretty happy with where I am with this ranking tonight. None of this is useful. This here. They come to watch me run from gameplay. Is that what I said? My brain doesn't work very well all the time. What's this one? Is that the same? It's the same gun. Yeah, kind of. I do run from the gameplay. I don't really want to encounter the other players. 5 people left though. It's pretty much the end of the game. It's likely to get me killed. Should have stayed up there on top of the big cat. Cat? Wolf. Wolf. It's a wolf. I don't know why I thought it was a cat. Ah, they're this way. They're down there. What does this do? Oh, this tells me where they are. I need something more general, like the grenade launcher thing. Where's this gonna take me? Oh, there's golden stuff over there. Let's have a look at it. Okay, a gold one of those. And look at that. Oh. Nearly fell down the cliff. The I want to live strategy. Yeah, but usually when you run, you do die. That's the thing. You should always turn and face the fight. That's what I say, but that doesn't mean that I follow that advice. But you've got more chance of survival if you turn around and face the fight. But I'm a wimp. Wow, that's not a very nice ad. Look at that ad. Insult me and then expect me to go and click on his malware link. I can't remove it either because, like, there's 4 players left. Like, I'm inclined to pop that one down on the ground. Oh, you're kidding. And get this one. No, I wanted to put this... Now I've got 2. Oh, but I don't have 2. The circle. The latest idiocy from the bots. I don't think that insult advertising is very effective. Not at all. I would go elsewhere to pay for bots for my chat if... if I wanted that. No, this is very annoying. There's 3 left. Oh my. Oh my. They're after me. They found me. Oh no, look, I'm printing my stairs the wrong way. This sucks. There we go. No! Shit. Wow. And what did I do? Build myself a wall. No. No, and I chucked my... I'm just chucking my stuff away. Yay! Anyone that considers buying views needs to reconstruct. Yeah, why would you buy views? It makes no sense. 3rd place made at a podium. I got an elimination. Yay. I bet you that person was pissed off. All right. I'm going to end it there tonight. Thanks so much for joining me. Thanks so much for coming in and catching up on the news with me and talking about all the craziness that's been going on. Thanks for joining me for my ranked match, my camping ranked match. Look, I got gold 3. That's pretty good. I'm going to get platinum. I've got to do all the platinums now. So maybe this season I'll make it to elite. Maybe. I don't know. We shall see. I ranked bushwalking. That's it. That's it. I don't know. I don't really camp enough, but for it. I try to engage at least at the end a little bit. Though at the end there, I was just trying to like build walls of protection, wasn't I? Still, it was all good. It's all good. I shall be back next Friday, 8 a.m. GMT. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll come back on the weekend. Mind you, it's a long weekend. I don't know what the long weekend's for, but it's a long weekend this weekend. So maybe I'll be on to do some more, probably Fortnite. I haven't played with my friend for a while, so he'll probably come on and I'll play with him. Might do some ATS. I've been doing reverse parks that have been very professional, and I would like to show them off on stream. So that's something. And I don't know. But yeah, so I might come back on the weekend though. I have got some family obligations. So I'm not 100% sure what sort of time I'll have. But like I say, it's a long weekend. So, you know, it could be in the stars. All right. Thanks heaps for joining me. Thanks for the new follows. Thanks for hanging out through all the political stuff, Shadows. Thanks for joining my gaming, Lyndon. All right. And encouraging me regardless of my just throwing the meds across the river. I just chucked the thermite over there. Oh dear. See you all next time. Thanks for the company. Bye.